Good morning, everyone. I will go ahead and ask the hearing team to please elevate the court reporter.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Good morning. Welcome back. Good to have you. Are
Thank
you
you.
are you ready for us to go on the record?
I am indeed. I've been looking forward to this.
Wonderful. Thank you. I will then go ahead and get started with our introductions. Just so all of you know, I'm planning to follow what was our most recent practice in terms of elevating everyone and doing introductions and appearances as you speak. So good morning. Welcome back. It's February 20th, 2026, and I am Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. The audio and video are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding, and the YouTube recording will be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Ms. Mullen is with us today and will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of the slides. So if you are a witness today, you may simply ask Ms. Mullen to advance to the next slide when you're ready during your testimony, and attorneys may address Ms. Mullen directly to bring up a particular exhibit as you need. If you're having any technical difficulties today, as usual, please send us an email and the hearing team will let me know. And we will follow our practice. We will take breaks. We will have a mid-morning break, lunch break, and a hard stop as usual at 5 p.m. With that, I think I'm warming back up. I'm trying to remember how to do that. With that, I think that completes our introductions. I have a couple of procedural items on my list, and then I will look to the room to see if we have more. I know we have not been together for some time, so I imagine we may have a few things to get through. And then I would just ask, as you would like to speak, please raise your Zoom hand, and we will elevate you. And then please do go ahead and come up on camera, introduce yourself, and then we can hear from you. Once we get through the procedural items and we move over to our witnesses, I will again look to the room to see who wants to be in the elevated, so to speak, for purposes of cross-exam. So we will get to that as well. So I think the first topic of conversation is going to be the order of witnesses. I emailed a proposed order and schedule yesterday morning. And I did want to hear from DWR and others about that schedule. I presumed there'd be some discussion, but I wanted to put something out there so that we have something to talk about. Also in that email, I took February 25th off calendar. I wanted to alert you to that in case you did not see it. Um, and then I also wanted to alert you in the proposed schedule, the way I intended it to read, which hopefully it did, was that we may end early on the 24th, February 24th. That's Tuesday of next week. And if we get through all of those witnesses and end early, we would not start the next panel, which includes, I have here, Adam Murdoch, Jason Volk, Gwen Buchholz, and Barbara Wolf. We would go ahead and hold that panel until March 2nd. And my intent there was just to give some certainty about how quickly we'd be moving through. I think with the timing we have, that would work fine. So that's the way that proposal is intended to read. And then I assume we may have some discussion about this, but if we end up deferring the modeling panel in its entirety to the end of March, my my thought there was that we would start that panel on March 23rd, but not earlier. So once again, there would be some certainty about for the whole panel in terms of planning. So with that, I will pause and look. I assume DWR, well, I'd like to hear from DWR, even if you don't have comments, but I think you might. So if I'll look to the appropriate representative. Excuse me, I have a new computer, so I'm It's working, but I'm a little bit, here we go. If we can please elevate Ms. Carroll. Good morning, Ms. Carroll. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey and Carol for DWR. With respect to the schedule, we are fine with the proposal. I do want to caveat it with, we're waiting for Andrew Schwartz's confirmation on the availability of his schedule. So that may be one change for us, but as of now, there's no change. The
Okay.
other one is if Dr. Priest is scheduled to go on March 25th. We just ask that there be an extra long lunch of 11:15 to 1 to accommodate her schedule.
And I can say we can do that with certainty if that comes up. There is some chance we won't get to the 25th, so we can hope for that. Thank you for that clarification. I very much appreciate that. And since you're here, let me go ahead and is there anyone else from DWR that we should have elevated for today, or who we should have elevated for today?
Yes, Steph Morris is here. Also, I just want to clarify for the court reporter, the Birds Landing conference room is the television that we are using to broadcast the Zoom for our witnesses.
Thank you. And good morning, Ms. Morris. You're welcome to come on camera and make your appearance.
Good morning, Steph Morris for Department of Water Resources.
Thank you. And then with that, I will go ahead and look to the room. Are there any other comments or questions about the schedule that I circulated? If we can please elevate Mr. Krieger. Good morning, Mr. Krieger. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors. I wanted to confirm that the State Water Contractor witnesses are available on March 5th per your proposed schedule. However, Mr. Goshi is not available on March 6th. So I would ask that any cross-examination for Mr. Goshi be completed by the end of the day on the 5th.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that, and we should be able to work that through. Thank you. And please elevate Mr. Sanlouberby. Good morning.
Good morning, Officer Kinsey. Justin St. Lubert BA for DTEC. I just wanted to flag that we were hoping to request that the panel with Dr. Priest and the rest of the panelists be available for cross-examination on March 24th, even if we do get through the rest of protestants' cross-examination on the 23rd, just given some scheduling constraints on our end, making the 23rd difficult to accommodate.
Understood. I think we can handle that, and I imagine we will need the 24th in any case. But thank you for letting me know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other comments on the schedule of witnesses? All right, seeing none, I will move to my next very minor item, and then I will open up for other issues that we may need to talk about. And this is for just a housekeeping item for DWR. I noticed in navigating the testimony for rebuttal that there appears to be two DWR 0329 exhibits. One of them is in the supplemental information folder, so it's separate. The way it's, for whatever reason, the way we have the folder structured right now, there's the exhibits folder, and within that, there's a supplemental information folder, and there is a 0329. It's an Excel spreadsheet in that folder as well. So I think we need to clarify that for the record in the index. I will leave it to you how to correct it. Maybe a 329A and B. It seems a little late to change the numbering. That might introduce some new problems. But I did want to bring that to your attention that probably needs to be corrected, and I assume your index needs to be updated.
Thank you. We will do that in the background.
Great. Thank you very much. That is all I have. So I will now look to the room. Are there other procedural items that we should address before we get started with rebuttal testimony today? Let's start with Mr. Krieger, please.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. In your email of yesterday, you had requested that protestants provide cross-exam time estimates for the state water contractor witnesses, and I was hoping to hear what those time estimates might be for our scheduling purposes on our end.
I think there was a deadline of the 26th.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, I think and I don't recall why I set it up, but I did set it out a little bit. So I will look, but I can ask if you know, when we reconvene on Monday, I will go around the room so you can have it hopefully a little more in advance, but I don't think everyone will be prepared today since I did give a deadline out. Thank you, Mr. Krieger. Mr. Sanluber B.
Yes, we just had one more thing. So DTEC submitted evidentiary objections on November 21st to portions of exhibits submitted by DWR in connection with the examination of that October 28th panel with Ms. Agostina's, Ms. Reese, and Ms. LaSalle. It's our understanding that these evidentiary objections are unopposed by DWR. We understood the deadline to respond to them to be December 10th. And also, we wanted to note that there was an additional January 9th deadline to respond to the December site visit evidentiary objections. Both of these deadlines have obviously long passed. We're just hoping to know when the hearing officer plans to rule on those objections. Obviously, since the result of this ruling would affect the scope of permissible rebuttal testimony, we would appreciate a ruling as far in advance as possible of the deadline to submit rebuttal evidence.
And thank you for bringing that to my attention. Certainly, if I will look into it, especially if they are in fact unopposed, then those would seem that a ruling could happen sooner rather than later. We are working on the other evidentiary rulings in the background, of which there are quite a number. But thank you for bringing those in. I have the dates that you mentioned, and I will have the team take a look at those. If they are truly unopposed, then we will get that out as soon as possible. And thank you.
Thank you.
And I see a hand from Ms. Desjardins. If we can please elevate Ms. Desjardins.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, just while we're elevating Ms. Desjardins, I just wanted to say that DWR does oppose the objections, and we're looking into why it may not have appeared on the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Desjardins, you're welcome to come on camera and off mute. I did want to note, I did receive or the AHO is in receipt of your Sargon motion. I think that's how it was styled. So we do have that, and that is pending before us. But if there are other items you would like to address, please do.
Yeah, I just briefly wanted to refer to that. When I looked at the scope of the petitioner's testimony about the 95th percentile level of concern modeling, I was pretty stunned that because it is a major new methodology, and I just had to get something on the record. It makes it very difficult within the scope of rebuttal to even ask questions when the methodology, that's the core methodology, the stochastic weather generator, isn't mentioned anywhere in the testimony. So I will do the best I can with the situation, but that is a pretty stunning omission, and that's why I filed it.
Noted. Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. If we can please elevate, Ms. Morris, please go ahead. I see you have something to say, and then we'll elevate Ms. Meserved.
Yeah, just for procedural purposes, we saw the motion that was submitted. And DWR felt that, like other evidentiary objections, that it should come after the testimony. There's a lot of testimony by Mr. Schwartz, and there's a lot of reports that he recites to. And so it's our sort of understanding, but would like clarification, that we would not respond to that motion until objections to evidence are submitted and after the testimony is provided. Is that a proper procedure at this point?
That's appropriate. Yes, I'm not expecting a response at this time. I would like to hear rebuttal, and I understand, Ms. Desjardins, your point is that it's difficult to cross-examine the witness. But I would like to hear that cross-exam. It will help to inform me, I think, better about this issue. And so I would not expect a response from DWR at least until after cross-exam, and then we'll have a discussion about evidentiary objections and a schedule for that.
Thank you. It is difficult when the Sargon requires kind of a gatekeeping function, and it's difficult when the you know they're testifying on rebuttal, and there's very partial and incomplete testimony on the modeling. It sort of sneaks the camel's nose under the tent when, like, the whole structure is improper. There's also an issue of it being beyond the scope of rebuttal. It the and I did address that as well, and it being beyond the scope of rebuttal is, I mean, I can make a motion to strike afterwards, but that's something that also should be addressed up front. I do not believe it's responsive to Mr. Lucas's testimony. Or thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. I think I've read your motion, and you well articulated that in your motion. Just minor comments here. Well, not minor, I guess they're important. The gatekeeping function is a little different here because we don't have a jury. So there is that element. We also don't generally do, and I would like to continue this practice. We don't have Daubert hearings or anything like that. So this cross-exam is an initial way to get to the issue. I realize as a practice, if there is an issue with the basis of the testimony and the modeling that comes up in that cross-exam, then we'll have to deal with it and figure out procedurally how to deal with it. But my intent here is to hear the cross. I think that will be helpful, and then decide how to go from there. But thank you. I did read the entirety of your motion, and I think it was quite clear.
Thank you very much. And I wanted to make these objections up front so it was clear going into cross-examination, because as somebody who very much tries to uphold scientific integrity in water rights proceedings, it puts me in a difficult position. So I appreciate you reading the motion carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, to the hearing team, if you can please elevate Ms. Meserve. And Ms. Meserve, you may be here somewhere on my screen. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute. Good morning.
Good morning, Ocean Missouri for Contra Costa County and other parties. I'm really just trying to be elevated before Mr. Keeling is my goal, which I have succeeded. Just two minor points before we get started with the program, just to the conversation that you were just having with Ms. Desjardins regarding her motion and the cross-exam that would be coming up with Mr. Schwartz. It sounds like Ms. Desjardins and any other questioners would be allowed to ask questions regarding the modeling, even if his testimony is not discussing it in detail. That wouldn't be beyond the scope of allowed cross-examination on rebuttal because of the concerns that Ms. Desjardins is mentioning. Is that a correct read on the situation?
I'm not going to, I think so. Frankly, I don't have Mr. Schwartz's testimony in front of me, so I'm not going to give, I think that may be an issue that we would have to, I can't rule on it right at this moment, but that would generally be my understanding of it, is if his testimony generally relies on modeling or, let me back up. We may have to talk about this because the modeling was submitted at the request of the AHO. If Mr. Schwartz is the person with the most knowledge to answer questions about the modeling, that may be appropriate, but I think that's a little different than this question of whether it's within the scope of his rebuttal testimony. So we may need a conversation, but I'd like to do that. I'm going to hear from you, Ms. Morris, but I'd like to do that when I actually have Mr. Schwartz's testimony in front of me, which I don't right at this moment. So this may be a conversation I want to have it in advance. That's helpful, but maybe we do it Monday or Tuesday of next week. But Ms. Morris, please.
Yes, I think there's a confusion here about modeling because Ms. Meserve said modeling, but before we were talking about global climate change modeling or GCMs, which are extremely different, and how that is taken, the GCMs are taken to and then incorporated into CalSim. And so I do think this conversation would be more appropriate after we've heard the testimony. And I do think one of the issues may be that Andrew Schwartz is not available at the same time of the panel as the rest of the modeling panel. But if there's going to be sort of integrated questions about the modeling, the climate change modeling, how it's incorporated into CalSim, I would like to keep that panel together. So again, maybe because I don't want to have it be confused. But again, I think we're talking about apples and oranges based on this conversation.
So it sounds like one issue is confirming that Mr. Schwartz is available when the rest of the panel is available so that they can be heard as a panel. And that's something that DWR is working on. And then I need to look back at the testimony and think about it in that context. So I don't know, Ms. Meserve, if you have, and Ms. Desjardins, I see your hand as well. But I think this is, I'm trying to decide if this is a conversation for Monday and Tuesday or if it's a conversation for later. But Ms. Meserve, do you have a thought about that?
Well, I mean, I think it's good to have it before the 23rd. It sounds like
Yeah.
if that indeed is the day that Mr. Schwartz is going to be available, but what I understood from reading the motion filed by Ms. Desjardins is that she had questions regarding the methodology whereby the global climate change modeling was compressed and changed in order to be before it was integrated into the CalSim model. So with respect to that, I'm trying to make sure that we have the ability to ask those questions and find out about that process to the extent we're able, to, because it sounds like it's an important issue and it goes to the credibility of the output of that 95% LOC model.
And I would just say that this is, experts can rely on information that's compiled by other people. And there's a significant and substantive report about the global climate change models and all of the components of those and how they were used by DWR. And Mr. Schwartz is allowed as an expert to rely on that information, which, there are global climate change models people disagree about. There's over, I can't remember how many at this point, but 60 of these models, and they look at which models are appropriate. So I would just say that I think this conversation is extremely premature and that we should just go through the testimony and people can raise objections or ask questions and we can object to it as we move through it, because I think it's all going to have to be teased out. Otherwise, we're just having a conversation and asking for a ruling sort of in a silo.
I wanted to say, because Ms. Morris jumped in before I had a chance to speak, I filed a sworn declaration, and what had happened is they use the CMIP6 global climate models to derive two single numbers, one for change in temperature, one for change in precipitation. The change in precipitation is the single number minus 1.8%, and that's used to drive.
Ms. Desjardins, this is not the time for testimony. We're talking about, I think, the appropriate time
to
consider this objection.
What I keep hearing, and the reason that you need to understand this is the core methodology we're talking about is absolutely not global climate models. And I'm not sure if Ms. Morris understands that, but it's not the core methodology. The core methodology is a stochastic weather generator. And I did provide a sworn declaration to support this because it's critical for the AHO and the hearing team and anyone else who's considering this. The core methodology is not global climate models, period. So
All right.
that's what we're not being able to ask questions on. Thank you.
Well, and I think what I was trying to get to is that we should be able to ask questions about that at the appropriate time. And that was my only question.
Thank you. No, thank you.
And maybe
I
now
appreciate
we
Mrs.
don't
Irvin.
have an answer, but
Yeah.
that.
I think where we are on this is that it's not even clear that I think DWR is rightly reserving the right to object, but it may be that there is not actually an objection to the direction of these questions. My inclination at this point is to get to the point where we actually have questions in front of us, and then it'll be easier to talk about this issue. But I appreciate having you raise it, Ms. Meserve, because it will give me a chance to think about this and be prepared as well. So I think, and thank you.
One other second question, which I believe Mr. Sam Bober got into, but I just, without putting undue pressure on the hearing officer's team, but just to confirm that we are expecting to get rulings on the DWR state water contractor objections to evidence sometime in advance of when
Yes.
our rebuttal testimony is due.
Yes, and more than the day before. Yes, correct.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other procedural issues we should address at this time? Then with that, I will look to the room as to those who should be elevated. I believe Mr. Georgie, if I am pronouncing that correctly, if I recall how to pronounce that correctly, is our first witness. And if we can please elevate Mr. Georgie, and then I will look to the room. Are there others who should be elevated at this time?
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Just Bryant Georgie. At the moment, we're doing them as individuals.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Georgie, you are welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good morning.
Good morning, welcome. I will go ahead and, since it's been some time, administer the oath, and then I will look to Ms. Carroll, it looks like, to introduce you and your direct rebuttal testimony. If you would please raise your right hand. And you will need to, oh no, you don't need to come off. Can I hear you? I'm sorry, can we do a mic check? I can hear you, right, even though you're on mute?
Yes.
Now we can. Okay, please raise your right hand. Mr. Georgie, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And then with that, I will look to you, Ms. Carroll.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Good morning, Mr. Georgie. You've previously testified in this hearing, is that correct?
That is correct.
And is DWR 308 a true and correct copy of your CV that was previously submitted in this hearing?
Yes.
Ms. Carroll, I lost, maybe it's just me, but I lost sound. And I will look to my team whether I did something. No, we all lost sound.
How about now?
Now it's better. Yes. I don't know what happened. Okay, thank you.
No worries. It's like something happened to my mute. Okay, I'll re-ask that question, Mr. Georgie. Is what was previously marked as DWR 329 and will be remarked as 329B a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And is DWR 331 a true and correct copy of your updated report?
Yes.
Okay, and is DWR 330 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint summarizing your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And with that, if we could please bring up DWR 330, Ms. Mullen. Glad to have you back. And Mr. Georgie, you can go ahead and summarize your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. In my previous testimony, I provided an analysis of potential operations for the DCP when operated under excess conditions. During cross-examination, we were asked if the criteria for the incidental take permit were considered in the analysis. At the time of submittal of that testimony and analysis, the DCP had yet to have been issued, and as such, it only considered the criteria within the incidental take permit application. Next slide. For this rebuttal, I am providing an updated analysis under the same methodology and covering the same water years as that previous analysis, just considering the criteria in the ITP as opposed to the ITP application. Next slide. The following charts are in the same format as was in the previous analysis, but I'll take a moment to reorient ourselves to that. They cover the water year mentioned on the slide from December 1st through June 30th. The solid red line represents the total South of Delta exports in that water year, and the solid blue line represents the actual calculated net Delta outflow for that period. The dotted line represents the addition of the DCP diversions on top of those initial South of Delta exports, and the dotted blue line represents the decrease in outflow caused by those DCP diversions. Starting in 2018, that was a below normal water year, and it was characterized by intermittent periods of excess and balance conditions. During that period, the Delta saw excess flows of around 3.9 million acre feet. That provided the opportunity for the DCP to recover about 0.3 million acre feet of that. The next slide. 2019 was a much wetter year with excess conditions existing pretty much from January through the end of June. It also saw excess flows in the Delta of about 17.5 million acre feet and provide the opportunity for additional DCP diversions of about 1.3 million acre feet. Next slide. 2022 was a much drier year with excess conditions only being in place from around mid-December through the end of January. We saw Delta excess outflows of about 1.1 million acre feet and DCP diversions potential of about 0.1 million acre feet. Next slide. 2024 was a above normal year in the Sacramento Basin. Saw excess conditions in effect pretty much from beginning of January through early June, and saw excess flows in the Delta about 8.2 million acre feet and the potential for DCP diversions of about 0.7 million acre feet. Next slide. In summary, the DCP, when operating to the criteria in the ITP, provided the opportunity for additional diversions in relatively similar magnitude to those under the ITP application, albeit slightly smaller in some cases. The State Water Project relies on the flexibility and coordination with our parties in the Delta to address our regulatory and operational objectives. And DCP in excess conditions creates some additional opportunity to get some additional water supply while still addressing those criteria. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Georgie. I will look to the room. It looks like we have Mr. Busher. Mr. Busher, do you have, I don't think I have, I'm asking my team to confirm. I don't think I had anyone had indicated cross, but you may have cross. Let's please elevate Mr. Busher. Welcome, Mr. Busher. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Eric Busher, for San Francisco Baykeeper. And I thought that Ms. Meserve's email had indicated that there is some cross for Mr. Georgie, and I think I'm up first. So
We may have an internal error. I was just asking the team what is happening here, but I think my spreadsheet may not have updated. So please, if you are up first, please go ahead and ask your questions.
sounds good. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Georgie. My name's Eric Busher. We met, I don't know, 10 months or so ago. Thanks for being here again. And my sound on my computer went out for the first like 90 seconds of your summary there. So I apologize if I'm repeating something you just said with my first couple of questions here. And I have hopefully get through this in 10 or 15 minutes. Do I understand correctly that the only change from your prior testimony to this is to change the criteria in the DWR's ITP application for the DCP to the criteria for the actual ITP issued for the DCP?
Yes.
Okay. Everything else is the same in that regard.
Yeah, so it uses all the same historical data and general calculations other than those that changed for the criteria.
Thank you. And do I understand correctly that you're using the State Water Project regulatory conditions that existed during the water year that you analyzed for your analysis?
That is correct.
And so for 2022 and 2024, that's D1641 plus the 2020 ITP, is that correct?
Yes, and many other criteria, but yes.
Okay. And contractual obligations, but those are the big ones that are at issue.
Yeah, and the proposed actions 2019, so the federal ESA components and as well as the state components, yes.
And for 2018 and 19, is it D1641 and the federal biological opinions from 2008 and 9?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, if we could pull up Mr. Georgie's report, Exhibit 331, please. And if we could go to PDF page 4. Well, at lines 10 through 13 here, Mr. Georgie, do you see the sentence that starts, if the delta was in balanced conditions?
Yes, I did see that sentence.
Okay. When you say water quality objective there, does that refer to D1641 or something more broadly?
In the years that reference there, it'd be referencing D1641.
Okay. And the regulatory requirements that you're referring to in that sentence are D1641 plus those Endangered Species Act restrictions or other contractual restrictions, correct?
So can you repeat that?
Yeah, so you say here, if a water quality objective was the most limiting regulatory requirement for exports, right? So I took water quality objective to be D1641, the most limiting regulatory requirement. That's all of the constraints that are included in your analysis, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Everything else.
Okay. So when D1641 is controlling and the delta's in balanced conditions, you assumed that the required outflow equaled the regulatory or equaled the actual outflow, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Does that also assume that the South Delta pumping is less than the 10,300 CFS capacity or maximum?
I mean, yes, that the South Delta exports in these years were less than the 10,300.
And if we could go back to page 3, please, of the PDF. Scroll up just a little bit so we can see the first paragraph. Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that, Ms. Mullen. So the last sentence of the first paragraph says this report does not look at carriage water savings operations that could occur in balanced conditions. Do you see that, Mr. Georgi?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Does that refer to a switch from exports from the South Delta to diversions in the North Delta?
Objection, Vegas to time.
Mr. Busher, do you have a specific time in mind?
Well, at any point during the 4 water years and 7 months in those years that he analyzed.
I think that's a fair question. Mr. Georgi.
Yes, for all this analysis, the South Delta exports remain the same, and no changes in addition of diversions from the North Delta.
Okay. And just so I understand that change that could occur for the carriage water savings, does that result in an increase in exports?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to what location of exports.
Total.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Busher, did you say, I missed the line of questioning, but it seems unclear to me and I might have missed it if you were talking about imbalanced conditions and only looking at carriage water savings.
So my question is just about this sentence about carriage water savings that occur in balanced conditions. Right? If that happens, which is not accounted for in his analysis, I want to know if that results in an increase in total exports at those times.
So that was not part of my analysis for this testimony.
Okay. Does it result in an increase in total exports at those times?
Objection, outside the scope of rebuttal.
Does it change the total amount of excess flow at any point in time in your analysis?
This is during objection. This whole analysis is in excess condition, not balanced condition. This seems to be going far outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony.
So, Mr. Georgi, let me ask you this way. Is there circumstances where exports from the North Delta could happen instead of from the South Delta that would or due to carriage water savings, or that would create carriage water savings during the 7 months or 4 water years that you described?
Same objections outside the scope.
It's in his report. I don't know.
Okay.
But it's actually, Hearing Officer Kinsey, it's not in his report. This report is only looking at excess conditions. The only reason this line is in the report is to say it didn't evaluate carriage water savings. And there seems to be a fundamental misunderstanding about carriage water savings only can occur during balanced conditions. And the entirety of this report is what would the benefits be in excess conditions?
So he describes in his report how much quote unquote excess flows would occur during these 7-month periods in these 4 water years. And if the carriage water savings change that, I just want to know the answer to that question. I understand he didn't analyze it or quantify it. I just want to know whether, as the actual thing is going to operate, whether that's going to change the amount of excess flow that Mr. Georgi described.
So, and I'm just trying to, so you're trying to ask, or you may effectively be asking, and I'm trying to understand whether the carriage water savings and those operations would affect what Mr. Georgi did analyze?
Or affect the conclusions about how much excess flow exists? Yeah.
And Hearing Officer Kinsey, he didn't quantify it. So if he
I'm not asking him to.
Analyze it or quantify it, so I don't believe that he can answer it or that it's within the scope of his rebuttal testimony.
So
let me ask this question for Mr. Georgi, is whether sitting here you have an opinion as to whether an analysis of carriage water would affect the opinions you expressed in this report.
It would not, at least the question he asked, because inherently, if we're imbalanced in doing a carriage water, there's not excess flow occurring.
All right. Then back to you, Mr. Busher, if you want to take it from there.
Let's try it this way, and then I'll move on. Could we go to page 5 of this report and look at figure 1? So I understand, Mr. Georgie, that the red dotted line in your graphs, this one and the ones that follow, represents total DCP diversions under the constraints as you analyzed them for these water years. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would a shift from south to north in the circumstances that you did not quantify, right, for carriage water savings, change that red dotted line at all?
Objection outside the scope of rebuttal.
Overruled.
I'm going to have to ask you to ask that again. I'm not following.
So we've got a red dotted line that shows total South Delta plus DCP diversions. And you've got a caveat that says, I did not analyze carriage water savings operations that could occur in balanced conditions. I want to know that had you included the operations that could occur for carriage water savings, whether that red dotted line would change at all, or whether it just moves it from one location to the other, but the quantity is identical.
Objection. This chart is just showing in excess conditions. There
Well,
is
let's
not.
hear, understood, but I want to hear that from Mr. Georgie, if that's the case. So overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Georgie.
That's not quite following. You're asking if we put in an imaginary shift into this, would the red dotted line inherently go up? Yes, because you're inherently putting some DCP diversions in there. Would the total line go up? Not necessarily. If it's a shift, you're inherently shifting from the South Delta to the North Delta, so you kind of stay the same. Each individual case would have to be assessed if there was actually any carriage water savings for that particular event.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'll just add an objection on the record that the question is irrelevant given the fact that DWR has proposed a permit term that during excess conditions, it would first divert all the water from the South Delta before it uses the North Delta diversion.
So I don't think we need to argue
No.
about this anymore. I'll move on.
Okay. Thank you.
No. If we can go back to page 4 of this report, please, of the PDF, right above section 3.1, that last paragraph. Mr. Georgie, do I understand this paragraph at lines 23 through 25 correctly to be saying that you didn't analyze whether the water that could be diverted by the DCP in your analysis could actually be stored or used south of the Delta somewhere?
That is correct.
Okay. So some of the additional diversions, there may not be anywhere to put that water. You didn't look at that potential constraint.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, if we could go back to the graph for 2018. Mr. Georgie, in the water year 2018, is there a circumstance where the DCP is ever operating at 6,000 CFS capacity?
I cannot remember the daily data well enough, but I would not be surprised if there were points at 6,000.
Okay, so Thank you. If we could go to the bottom of this page, bottom of page 5, the narrative under 3.2. Thank you. Here you indicate that at lines 13 and 14, that the 6,000 CFS capacity is limiting total diversions at the North Delta intakes. That limitation doesn't appear in other places, and that's why I asked. Does that help you answer whether you recall if you got all the way to 6,000 CFS in 2018?
No, but that limitation would exist throughout all of the years that the max capacity we limited the North Delta intakes to was 6,000.
Okay. And then you say in line 13 that for water year 2019, diversions are limited by the 10,300 CFS combined North and South Delta export limit. Can you define what combined means temporally?
It just in this analysis, we did not let the DCP plus the South of Delta SWP exports to exceed 10,300 CFS when together, if they're on the same day.
On a daily basis?
Yes.
Okay, so that red dotted line, if we go down to the following page and look at figure 2, it's really hard for me to tell where 10,300 CFS is on that scale on the y-axis, but I would have told you the red dotted line was above it.
Yes.
Okay, so can you explain why the red dotted line is above 10,300 CFS if you limited the combined diversions to 10,300 CFS?
So I should clarify that red line there is of the total South Delta diversions of both those occurring at Jones as well as at the SWP, and only the SWP and the DCP were limited to 10,300.
So okay, let me make sure I understand that. And I assume this is true for all these graphs, but correct me if I'm wrong. The total diversion that you're reflecting here, the area underneath the red dotted line in these graphs, is State Water Project and Central Valley Project diversions from the north and the south.
Yes.
Okay. And is the same true for the actual South Delta diversion line, the solid red line? That's state and federal diversions?
Yes.
Or exports? Okay. If we could look at water year 2022, and at the figure on the following page. This is a year where there was a TUCP in effect, correct?
That is correct.
Is the required outflow in April, May, and June during the time the TUCP was in effect the outflow required by the TUCP?
It was inherently the outflow we operated to at that time, and at that time we were operating to the TUCP.
So the required outflow under the D1641 plus ESA restraints in 2022 would be different than the required outflow reflected in this graph, correct? At least for April through June.
It depends how you consider the TUCP. as if you considered it modifying D1641, then it is inherently, that is the D1641 requirement for that year.
As modified.
Yeah.
Okay. Had there been no TUCP, that green line would look different in April
Correct.
through June. Okay, thank you. Do you recall for this year whether the DCP operations ever reached the capacity of 6,000 CFS?
I do not recall.
And you referenced when I asked that the first time the daily data. Is that in a spreadsheet?
Yes.
So we'd request a copy of that spreadsheet data to reflect the daily diversions that these graphs are based on. Ms. Carroll, do you want me to, is that good enough for a request or a PRA?
Yes, that's sufficient. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And then last couple of questions here, Mr. Georgie. Have you done any analysis to assess whether the graphs you prepared would change if the 2024 State Water Project ITP and biological opinions were in effect as opposed to the ones that you relied on?
Outside the scope of rebuttal.
Will you ask the question again, Mr. Busher, please?
Yeah,
Me.
so I just want to know if he's done analysis based on the current regulatory constraints as opposed to the historical ones for these same water years.
I have not.
Same objection.
And I assume the same answer based on the ITP amendments in 2025 or the Bureau's Action 5 changes. Is that correct?
Same objection.
I think that I'm going to sustain the objection, so let's move on, Mr. Busher.
All right. Mr. Georgie, that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Busher. I have an overall cross estimate, but I don't have broken down on my spreadsheet whether there's someone else coming up. It looks like Ms. Moscal. If we can please elevate Ms. Moscal. Welcome, Ms. Moscal. You're welcome to come off on camera and off mute. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I think I have welcome news for Mr. Georgie, which is that Mr. Busher covered our questions. So we had been planning to do some cross, but we are not going to.
Wonderful. Thank you. Ms. Meserve.
I apologize. Let's see. Here
we go.
There I am.
Do you have questions for Mr. Georgie?
I do. There were a couple folks who were, I apologize. I think we had a list and we'll try to give that to you at the beginning. But if SOMAC group did not have questions, the next on our list was going to be EID, PCWA, and then South Delta, Dean Ruiz, and then I was going to ask any remaining questions after that, if that's all right with I did not speak with EID Placer County Water Agency this morning, but I think that they are ready to go if we could identify them in the lineup.
And thank you. Do I have a representative from EID or Placer County Water Agency? You would please elevate your hand. Looks like we may not have anyone right now. We can circle back.
Okay.
Looks like Danica Jones, please.
Oh,
We can
Danica.
elevate Danica
There.
Jones.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know we're moving fast and we're not all warmed up on Zoom.
There we go. Sorry. Yes,
Welcome.
I was.
Good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I was fighting with my Zoom as well. Danica Jones on behalf of El Dorado Irrigation District and Placer County Water Agency. I think Mr. Busher did cover most of our questions, so I think we will not need to cross-examine at this point.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And thank you for being here. Then I will look next, according to Ms. Meserve's list, to Mr. Reese, if we have, or anyone else from SDWA. And Mr. Reese, if you would please raise your hand. There we go. You're elevated with it. You must have clicked yes. There you go. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Georgie. Just a couple of questions. I had questions that were largely based around the carriage water issue that Mr. Busher covered.
And Mr. Reese, just so you know, the seat next to you is on your camera.
Well, that's probably better, but
and on that point, is Mr. Herrick, is he no longer going to be with us for this proceeding?
Mr. Herrick will not be with us. He was, with us some, and in a case in chief. He has retired, but he's still around to he's consulting for the agency.
Wonderful.
So
well, please send my regards. We will miss him if he's not here as often.
Very good.
With that, back to you, Mr. Reese.
Okay, the first thing is just, I guess this is for Ms. Carroll also. You indicated that Mr. Busher's request for a PRA for the daily data for I think it was figure 2. We're requesting the same thing, but we want the daily data for all 4 of the figures, for all your analysis here in 331. So is that sufficient? Can we get that from you, Ms. Carroll?
Yes, we can do that. And per our practice, we can provide it to the service list if.
Perfect. That was primarily it. I did have a question though. Mr. Georgie, you indicated, I think that the analysis you did was based on daily time steps that did not consider sub-daily operations criteria like ramping rates and sweeping velocities, etc. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And why didn't you consider those?
At this point, I don't have a great way of calculating those off historical data.
Okay. You don't have a great way. What does that mean?
I'm really not sure
Objection
how.
asked and answered.
Overruled. Mr. Georgie, please.
So those are going to be very specific to the structure that is built. Well, the data that we have for Freeport flow, as it with it not built, I'm not entirely sure how those will relate to one another. But
Okay.
outside the scope of my expertise for this consideration.
All right, and your figures here in 331, figures 1 through 4, they go through June, correct? Your analysis. So that is to say that there is no diversions in these years or no ability to divert through the North Delta facility after June in these years. Is that right?
Mischaracterize his testimony.
Well, I think Mr. Georgie was going to explain it to us, so overruled, and please, Mr. Georgie, recharacterize as needed.
I would not say that there is no opportunity for these particular years in those particular time frames. That's when excess conditions was available, and this was only consideration under excess conditions.
Okay, so
balance conditions after that point, so it wasn't part of this.
Okay. So there could be, as far as you know from your analysis, or your understanding, there could be the ability to divert through the north facility after June in these years?
I would say that if so, it wouldn't be under excess conditions, which was this analysis.
Okay, it would be under what? Under balance conditions?
Balance conditions existed for pretty much the rest of the year in those years.
Okay. And why didn't you do that analysis?
Objection outside the scope of rebuttal.
Well, and it assumes that he didn't do the. Is your question, Mr. Reese, why didn't he submit that analysis as part of the evidence in this proceeding?
That is part of it. And did he do that analysis?
All right. And Ms. Morris, your objection applies to that question?
Yes.
Which I am going to sustain. So please to your next question, Mr. Reese. And just as a
Now-
reminder to all, I think we're all on the same page that unlike case in chief cross-examination, rebuttal cross-examination is limited to the scope of the direct testimony of rebuttal. We may have, I realize there may be some complications with respect to modeling that the AHO requested, so I'm setting aside that issue, but generally speaking. And Mr. Reese, back to you.
No, I appreciate that. And I wasn't going to ask him questions about modeling he didn't submit, or I'm just asking him if there's a reason why he didn't do that analysis for this, for part of what he did for his rebuttal testimony.
The outside the scope also, I'm vague and ambiguous as to what modeling.
Well, I'm asking him, is there a reason why he didn't do the analysis under balanced conditions as it relates to the possibility of being able to divert from the North Delta facility after June in these 4 water years?
Outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony.
I think that's fair, sustained.
All right. Well, I'll take that as the answer to my question. All right. Thank you. I don't have anything else for you.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. Then with that, I believe I am looking back to you, Ms. Meserve.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Yeah, I mean, I do have questions about why the testimony is so limited to excess conditions, because the rebuttal that the questions that he was asked that he cites in his testimony as what he's rebutting, the questions he was asked on May 27th as well as on May 28th, actually don't relate to excess conditions specifically. They relate to whether there was an analysis of the applicability of the recently, at that time, issued ITP. So I think we're all struggling a little bit to contextualize the information being put forth in this material, which is by its own admission quite partial, and trying to understand why additional information wasn't provided and why not. So, and you've ruled, I guess I just put forth that as a consideration in terms of you know, why that is outside the scope of questions that we can ask, because he made a choice to limit the rebuttal, but the question he was rebutting is not so limited.
And I'm going to maintain my ruling on this. And I mean, noted for the record, I think DWR has their strategy choice. So, and they have made a choice here.
Okay. So with respect to the balance conditions referenced in your testimony that you did not analyze, isn't it true that these conditions do occur during a large part of the year?
Objection outside the scope.
I think that's fair, Ms. Meserve, that is not addressed within his testimony.
Let's see, one moment. And just to clarify what we did see in this report, the 331, is it true that this report does not take into account diversions that could simultaneously occur from other projects such as Sites Reservoir Project diverting from Sacramento River at the same time?
Outside the scope.
I'm going to allow this question. I think it's going to clarify what is in and what is without of the scope. So please, Mr. Georgie.
Yes, this only looked at the historical flows that occurred within those years and the consideration of addition of the DCP diversions.
And so it also would not have included the more recent work at the Big Notch to allow additional flows into Yolo bypass that also takes water off of the Sacramento River during the months that you analyzed.
Objection assumes facts not in evidence, outside the scope, asked and answered.
Overruled to the extent you have knowledge about that project, Mr. Georgie.
Correct. Big Notch was not constructed in the years analyzed, so its potential flows were not part of this analysis.
Earlier, Ms. Morris brought up permit term 1101 that mentions use of the South Delta facilities, proposed permit term 1101. In the context of your discussion with Mr. Busher and the red line that shows in each of the figures in DWR 331 that shows the amount that is diverted in the South Delta in these 4 years. My question is, are you familiar with the permit term 2 and the proposals to first use South Delta facilities to export up to the allowed amount under existing water rights?
I do not have it committed to memory, but I do know of its existence.
And thinking again about that bold red line in each of your 4 figures, is it possible that the water under that bold line would all come from CVP facilities instead of SWP facilities?
Objection, vague and ambiguous. There's no, under the red line, there's nothing. So I'm unclear what the question is. The red solid line, assuming that's what Ms. Meserve is talking about.
Should we bring
It might be helpful to pull up
Yeah,
page 5
yeah,
of the
I'm
chart
sorry, yeah.
so that we can be clear about what we're discussing.
Okay, sure. Like, yeah, if we could please, Ms. Mullen, bring up 331 and we could just look at the first one, like, which is on page 3.
I think it's PDF page 5.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the red line I'm referring to, it says actual South Delta diversion. So my question is, thinking about permit term 1101 and this proposal to use South Delta facilities, how can we tell how much of, in this example, if there was a water year similar to 2018, would be coming from SWP versus CVP?
Objection to the extent it's asking about the permit term. I don't object to the question to the extent it's talking about the assumptions he used in his analysis.
Can we at least, can we start with the assumptions, Ms. Meserve? Maybe that will help clarify and then we can go from there.
I'm just trying to understand what the permit term is proposing in relation to figure 1, for instance.
Objection outside the scope.
Well, and maybe this may not be helpful. Well, let me try. Let's see. So my question, Mr. Georgie, based on this, my question is, and this is basic, not a trick question. The red line on this chart reflects actual South Delta diversions that occurred in 2017 to 2018. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And So this, when you have the dotted line for DCP total diversions, South Delta plus DCP, does that, when you add that consideration, that did not change the red line at all? The red line stays the same because that's what actually occurred.
That is correct.
So if we wanted to know how much would be diverted from the North Delta intakes versus the South Delta intakes, that is not reflected on this graph. Is that right?
Yes, that is the difference between the dotted red line and the solid red line.
No, you told me that the solid red line is the actual diversions from South Delta that occurred, and is that right?
Yes, sorry, that's
So,
what you asked, that you're just figuring
right.
out how
So
much was diverted from the North Delta diversion, correct?
But if you were to apply a South Delta diversion preference, would not that solid red line potentially change on this graph?
Inherent actual operations had a South Delta preference, and all diversions that were possible at the South Delta were diverted at the South Delta.
Okay. That helps me. Ms. Beserve, back to you. You may have more questions.
Well, and is there a reason why it doesn't divide the CVP and the SWP under the solid red line?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to under the solid red line. I still don't understand what you're trying to get to, Ms. Meserve.
I'm trying to understand how proposed permit term 2 from DWR 1101 would interface with the operational assumptions being put forward in DWR 331. And because the charts that Mr. Georgie has presented blend together CVP and SWP diversions in the South Delta, I can't tell what DWR is proposing to do in the future if it had North Delta diversions.
Can you remind us of the question, Ms. Meserve? Where are we on that?
Well, is there a reason why, Mr. Georgie, you did not distinguish between SWP and CVP diversions under the dark red line that shows actual South Delta diversions in this example, which is for 2017-18 water year?
I believe it's more of an artistic choice. There's already a lot of lines on that, and I don't see that line particularly adding benefit to showing the excess, the diversions at the DCP under excess conditions, which was the intent.
Is it correct that the charts here are not meant to reflect the actual operations of DCP if it had existed in these water years?
These charts represent the opportunity available for additional DCP diversions had they occurred in those water years, had they been available in those water years.
But if the proposed permit term 2 uses the term of art, export up to the quote allowed amount under the existing water rights, what do we assume the allowed amount is in this example?
Objection outside the scope of the testimony, talking about the permit term.
I think we can explore this because I think we're getting at understanding what is on this graph, as far as I understand the question. But Ms. Meserve, we may, and I'm sorry to jump around, but we may need to look at this permit term because I don't have it in front of me.
Sure. Ms. Mullen, the permit term is at DWR 1101 and it's permit term 2. There's some different iterations of permit term or 1101, so I would look at the date to try to determine what's the most current one, although I do not believe this wording of this particular one has changed.
We would stipulate that it has not changed at this point, so any version of 1101 will be sufficient. But I believe it's 1101R with a date after it that's the latest, greatest.
Thank you.
And I'll just say, I'm sorry, can we scroll back up to the top, Ms. Mullen? Thank you. The version we're looking at just for the written transcript is 10/23/2025 revised. Thank you. And then we can scroll down to term 2.
So yes, this is speaking, so again, Mr. Georgie's testimony is dealing with excess conditions, right? So this proposed permit term under Roman numeral 1 says that DWR would first use the South Delta facilities up to the allowed amount under the existing water rights and state and federal regulations. So I was attempting to explore with Mr. Georgie how the figures in his report help us understand the proposed operations with the DCP in light of this permit term.
And again, I object to this extent that it's outside the scope. If the question is, how does he apply a South Delta preference, or how did he analyze it in his analysis, no objection.
Okay. How did you determine the allowed amount for purposes of determining the amount of additional water that would come from the North Delta in your example shown in figure 1, for instance?
Okay, I'd like to step back to my answer to the hearing officer that inherently in the previous water years, we operated to the extent allowable under all of our operating criteria. So inherently, we were operating with a South Delta preference in those historical years. And this analysis assessed the opportunity for additional DCP diversions.
Isn't the amount of diversion that DWR chooses to divert at the South Delta subject to a certain amount of discretion by DWR?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Do the agencies tell DWR each day exactly how much water it may divert?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to what agencies.
Does Fish and Game tell DWR each day how many CFS it may divert at Clifton Court?
No.
Does Fish and Wildlife Service from the United States tell DWR exactly how much water it may divert at Clifton Court each day?
No.
Who determines how much is the allowed amount that DWR will take at Clifton Court each day?
Each day we strive to maximize our water supply intake while maintaining compliance with all of our regulatory objectives.
So isn't it true that in implementing proposed permit term 2, DWR would determine what the allowed amount is in light of its permits and its own discretion?
Objection, operations under permit 2 are outside the scope of this rebuttal testimony and these historic retrospectives of different water year types.
I think that's fair. I think we have now ventured beyond the scope of Mr. Georgie's testimony.
You also say DWR 805, which is the operations plan that is part of DWR's exhibits.
Objection, misstates testimony. I believe it's 805R.
Do we need 805R, Ms. Meserve, or we just?
No, I don't think we need it. I had a simple question, but you do refer to 805R, which is the operations plan, then, Mr. Georgie, as part of guiding the proposed operations that you analyzed in this 331. Is that right?
Yes.
And are you aware that 805R states, at least in 2 places, that it's a living document and will be updated periodically to reflect updates to applicable laws and regs?
I do believe that is true.
That's all my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. And I will look to the room just to make sure that there are no additional questions. Mr. Cho, if we can please elevate Mr. Cho. Good morning, Mr. Cho. You are welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good morning.
Do you have questions for Mr. Georgie?
I do have just a few questions, thanks to the excellent work by Ms. Meserve and Mr. Busher and others. Good morning, Mr. Georgie. My name is Austin Cho. I'm counsel for the North Delta Water Agency, as well as Reclamation Districts 999, 2060, and 2068. We spoke back in May briefly. It's nice to see you again.
Morning.
Morning. I do have just a couple questions for you relating to your latest revised assessment report. First off, just to clarify, in all 4 of the analyzed years that you have here, the DCP diversions are limited to excess conditions in December through June. Is that correct?
That was not analyzed, yes.
Yes. And to be clear, your testimony is not intended to suggest that DWR is proposing to limit DCP diversions to those months, correct?
Correct.
And there may be excess conditions in months outside of the December through June period in other years. Is that right?
That is true.
And as you confirmed with Mr. Busher, DWR also contemplates diverting from the North Delta intakes during balance conditions under certain proposed terms. Is that right?
Asked and answered outside the scope.
Overruled.
I'll move
I'll
on.
allow that. Mr. Georgie, please.
Yes, I believe in other testimony within this proceedings, there's been talk of DCP diversions outside of the periods of excess.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could we please go to Exhibit DWR 331, which is Mr. Georgie's revised assessment report? If we could go to PDF page 3, I believe, at line 22. There's a passage there in which you state that the calculated volumes are based on the anticipated operational criteria, i.e. regulatory and contractual requirements of the DCP at the time the report was prepared, and the volumes may change should the operational criteria change. Do you see that passage?
Yes.
And that language was in your prior report, Exhibit DWR 309. Is that true?
I imagine it probably was, but I do not remember well enough offhand.
Fair enough. Well, last time we spoke about this language, you confirmed that the 1981 contract with the North Delta Water Agency was included in the anticipated contractual requirements that you reference as part of the anticipated operational criteria. Do you recall that discussion we had?
I do not recall that specific conversation.
Is that consistent with your understanding?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you referring to any other contractual requirements in that language there?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cho, would you point to a line number that we could read for the language?
Certainly. So it would be line 23 in the parentheses following anticipated operational criteria.
That was one of the big ones there, but we do have other contracts with other parties that could influence things.
Could you please identify any of those that you had in mind?
Objection relevance?
What he has
Overruled.
written on here.
Yeah, overruled.
But we have other agreements, like the Suisun Marsh Preservation Agreements does impact some conditions in the western part of the Delta. I believe we do have some contracts with, I'm blanking on the agency. But yes, there are some others.
Thank you. And I'm just trying to understand a little bit, when you say that the volumes that were calculated are based on these anticipated operational criteria, did your analysis include any calculations that used the contract criteria from the 1981 contract?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to which criteria.
Overruled. I think you said any, so we'll start with that, Mr. Georgie.
So it'll say that this line is saying of the DCP, while those other contracts don't explicitly call out the DCP. So we'll ask if you could ask that question again.
Yeah, you stated that the anticipated operational criteria of the DCP include the 1981 contract. Is that right?
Yes, in that Operation DCP will part of the State Water Project, which has all the other contracts involved in it as well.
Are you including the State Water Project contracts as part of the contractual requirements that are referenced on line 23?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to state water project contracts.
I'm asking about the contracts that you just mentioned, Mr. Georgie.
Yeah, so those contracts mentioned are with the State Water Project, and I don't expect, and so with DCP being part of it, they'd be affecting the DCP in, yeah, they're still in effect, assume they're still in effect for the State Water Project, so in that they affect the DCP, then they'll be part of it.
Just to make sure I'm understanding, are you referring to the State Water contract, I'm sorry, State Water Project water supply contracts with individual State Water Project contractors?
No.
Could you please clarify which State Water Project contracts you're mentioning there?
Like Officer Kinsey, I'd like to object at this point. This statement is just saying that the volumes were based on what the criteria were at the time that the year was doing. It's not talking about future or other operational. It's not looking at future operations. It's looking at 4 historical years. So I believe this is far outside the scope of this rebuttal testimony.
Overruled. I mean, there's the reference to of the DCP. So that creates some confusion, and I'm going to allow Mr. Cho to explore what Mr. Georgie meant in this testimony. So please, Mr. Cho, I think you have to repeat the question at this point.
My question is simply to ask if Mr. Georgie could please clarify what he means when he referenced State Water Project contracts as among the contractual requirements of the DCP that are referenced on line 23. So my question is, can you please identify more clearly what those contracts are?
An objection asked and answered. He answered that twice at this point.
Overruled. Mr. Georgie, please.
It's the agreement with North Delta Water Agency. That's definitely one of them. So I remember that there are other agreements we have for operations within the Delta, like the Marsh Preservation Agreement we are signed on to. Like I said, there was another one I am blanking on which agency it was with. I remember it began with East, but I can't remember what the words afterwards are right now. And the regulatory, being all the regulatory conditions we've already discussed in this testimony this morning. So,
okay. So could you please, I think I needed to turn back to one of my earlier questions, which was, how did you confirm, let's strike that. You state there that the volume of water that could be diverted was calculated based on anticipated operational criteria, which included both regulatory and contractual requirements. My question was, did you actually analyze the North Delta Water Agency 1981 contract requirements in order to calculate any of the volumes contained in this report?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to analyze.
Overruled.
we considered the water quality conditions within the delta at the time to check that none of those criteria were likely to limit operations at that time.
How did you determine likelihood?
It was more of a qualitative assessment based on experience than of a quantitative analysis.
So is it correct then that you did not actually calculate compliance with the 1981 contract criteria, but rather made a qualitative assessment that water quality was sufficient to meet those criteria?
Yes.
I believe that's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Georgie.
Thank you, Mr. Cho. And I will look back to the room. Are there others with questions for Mr. Georgie? If we can please elevate Mr. Schutz. And then I saw briefly your hand, Mr. Moore. I will put you on the list if it suits you after Mr. Schutz. Good morning, Mr. Schutz.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Good morning, Mr. Georgie. I just have one question that I don't think was well clarified, and I'd like to try to clarify it. If we could pull up Exhibit 0331 DWR and look at page 5, please. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Georgie, I'm looking at the area underneath the dotted line there around April. Do you see that?
If you could clarify which dotted line, there's
the red
three.
dotted line. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can see that there.
Okay. And then looking at the key on the right, it says under the red dotted line, DCP total diversions, South Delta plus DCP. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, the volume that's shaded in red underneath the red line, that represents the additional volume that the DCP would allow diversion of in that particular year. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the red solid line shows the actual diversion in the year 2019 in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct. The actual diversions from the combined South Delta export locations.
Thank you. But if the DCP were in place, the shaded red area represents, does that shaded red area represent how let me ask that again. Does it indicate the amount that would be diverted under through the North Delta diversion, or could that be something other than what is shown there?
No, the shaded integration of the shaded red of the shade. Yeah, that shaded red area is the integration of the DCP diversion. So only the water that would have gone through the north, available to go through the North Delta diversion.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. Would you repeat that, please?
Yeah, so the area of the red shaded area would be the volume of diversions possible through the DCP.
When you say through the DCP, do you mean through the North Delta diversion only, or through both the North Delta diversion and South Delta diversion?
The shaded red area would just be the North Delta diversion only.
So is it your testimony then that operationally, this is how the DCP would have operated, that none of the volume that's underneath the solid red line would have been diverted by the North Delta diversion?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. Is it your testimony that none of the volume in this figure underneath the solid red line would have been diverted by the North Delta diversion?
In this analysis, all of the volume underneath the solid red line was diverted at the South Delta locations.
I understand what it was historically. What I'm trying to get to is operationally, would the volume in the red shaded area be the limitation of the volume that was diverted by the North Delta diversion, or is that simply an additional volume, and that any of the volume subject to existing constraints um, that is underneath the red dotted line could be diverted by the North Delta diversion as well as the South Delta diversion under a DCP scenario?
Objection compound. Also, again, this seems outside the scope in that this is a retrospective of 4 types of years to show information about what DCP could have diverted under the regulations at that time. It's not forecasting into the future. The modeling and other witnesses' testimony cover the issue, cover those long-term averages.
No,
Ms.
I'm going
Kinsey,
to overrule the objection and allow Mr. Georgie to respond because to the extent we're trying to understand what is being reflected in these charts.
correct.
But I do think, Mr. Schutz, if these questions are inherently difficult, but if you would please present it again, that would be helpful.
Okay. I'm trying to get to this as simply as I can. Um, in your DCP scenario, um, under the red dotted line, could could any of the uh, area underneath the that's underneath the red dotted line? Now let me start again. Could any of the area under the red solid line also have been diverted by the North Delta diversion? Not what was done historically, but you're looking at let's just answer that question.
So this is analysis of, with the South Delta exports as they were,
Right.
what additional capacity the North of Delta diversions would have had in the year that occurred.
But you're not making any assumptions, are you, about whether that additional capacity or previous capacity would have been diverted operationally by the North Delta diversion or South Delta diversion under the DCP scenario, are you?
This analysis is a review of the South Delta diversions as they were and the available DCP diversions, the DCP diversions that would have been available under the conditions of that year.
And are you making any assumptions in this analysis about the point of diversion for any of the volume under the DCP the DCP scenario?
And can we be specific as to what volume we're talking about?
The total volume of water that's available under the DCP scenario, are you making any assumptions here? Are you showing anything here that relates to where water would have been diverted with the DCP facilities in place?
Apparently, with this analysis, we are looking at the South Delta diversions as they were and analyzing the additional capacity available to the DCP under the conditions that were.
Do you,
The South Delta
sorry,
diversions were what they were, and we're looking at what additional opportunity there was for additional export. And that's what this
so you're
is.
looking, you just said you're looking at additional capacity, is that correct?
Yes, the additional capacity for diversion that the DCP provides.
So what you're showing here is the total volume that would have been available with the DCP facilities in place. Is that correct?
Yes,
You're not making any assumptions about the point of diversion that total volume would have been made from, are you?
Objection misstates testimony.
I'm asking the question.
I think we're trying our best here. Mr. Georgie, please, to the extent you can, if you need to clarify, please do.
I'm not quite sure how his question differs from what's already answered, so I'm getting a little confused.
You keep repeating what was done historically.
I've been
And that's
repeating
shown,
what has been done in this analysis. Yes,
right. And you're showing additional capacity under this analysis, correct?
yes.
But
Additional opportunity
capacity,
for diversion.
another way of stating that is you're showing the total volume that would have been available for export, correct?
Yes,
But this figure does not purport to show which uh, point of diversion would have been used for that total capacity or total volume, does it?
it shows the location for the diversion that occurred within this analysis.
I'd like an answer to the question, please, Ms. Kenzie. I mean, we've been around this about 4 times now. I'm asking whether this purports to show operationally where the diversions would occur. So simple yes or no question.
Again, asked and answered.
I don't think it has.
I think it has, but
I would just note that the label of this figure says conceptual DCP operation. So it purports to show a conceptual operation. It is not simply a historic reflection by its own label.
so let me ask it this way, which may be what the question I asked before, but slightly different. Mr. Georgie, in creating this in this figure, are you purporting to represent how DCP would actually be operated if it had been in place during water year 2018?
I am showing the capacity that would be available under the regulatory conditions in effect.
Do you have an opinion about whether the red line, solid line, would be different if DCP had been in place during water year 2018?
That is outside of my analysis for this.
So you did not consider how the DCP would actually operate in your analysis here if it had been in place in 2018.
I could speculate that I don't think it would
You don't need to
be
speculate,
different,
but I
but
mean, based on your, that is not something you considered. I want to stay within the scope of your testimony as well. That is not something you considered in creating this figure.
that's correct.
Hopefully that helps. It's back to you,
That
Mr.
helps very much. Thank you, Ms.
Okay.
Kinsey. That's the only question or the series of questions that I have. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. And I believe I saw Mr. Moore's hand. Mr. Moore, if we can please elevate Mr. Moore. And Ms.
hearing
Carroll, did
officer-
you have something? Were you going to ask about a break?
Yes, I was. If Mr. Moore has extensive questions, if we could take a break first, it'd be greatly appreciated.
I think that's what I was going to ask the same thing. Mr. Moore, you're welcome to come on camera and off mute. Welcome. Good morning. And then my first question.
Good morning.
to
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. And what are the extent of your questions do you expect for Mr. Georgie?
Thankfully minimal. My very astute Protestant colleagues have covered the vast majority of the things that I had in mind. And partially covered the one, I think, remaining item that I'm going to ask a little bit about. And it relates to exhibit DWR 331. So I'm hoping that we can pull that up.
All right, let's go ahead and go forward with that. But let me also look to the room. Is there anyone else who's going to have questions for Mr. Georgie? All right, please go ahead, Mr. Moore.
And I want to reference and hone in on, I'm a word guy, so I'm going to try to get away from the graphs. Let's go to page 1 of the report. And I believe it's lines 22 through 26 of text, which will have a familiar ring based on the exchange I just heard with Mr. Cho, although that was chiefly in reference to one contract. So I do have some questions. I'm referring here to this sentence that says, the calculated volumes are based on the anticipated operational criteria, i.e. regulatory and contractual requirements of the DCP at the time that this report was prepared, and the volumes may change should the operational criteria change. Have I accurately read what was on the screen?
Yes.
I may simply be a slow learner here, but what I'm not entirely clear on in this sentence is the juxtaposition between the phrase anticipated operational criteria and the reference to at the time this report was prepared. So what I'm trying to find out is, does this mean that it was based on the actual operational criteria in place when the report was prepared, but put on the DCP, or does the use of the word anticipated suggest that there was some kind of predictive element of what might be changed about regulatory and contractual requirements?
No, in this case, we're just talking about the criteria we have on the books, say the ITP that was issued. The anticipation that that's
so
still
literally at the time the report was prepared, the regulatory and contractual requirements that existed at that moment in time without any projected changes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you refer to regulatory criteria here, I saw references to things like D1641 in the remainder of the report. Can you tell me your understanding of specifically which state regulatory criteria you have in mind here?
Obvious ones, yes, RT 1641 and the incidental take of permit, both for the long-term operations of the State Water Project and for the TCP itself.
Okay. And to what extent, if at all, does this reference refer to federal regulatory requirements at this time?
You say requirements that have changed, that can change over the course of those many years, but yes, biological opinions, and I've never been great with how exactly to phrase these, but the long-term operations for the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project.
Are you familiar with, for example, the coordinated operations agreement relating to the operation of the federal and state projects?
Yes.
And the analysis that you refer to in the introduction, and as I understand it, references the operation plan from version 2 from February 2025 and the ITP from February 2025. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In preparing this report, did you review did you review any subsequent um, uh, uh, federal issuances like executive orders or reports that might potentially affect the joint operations of the state and federal projects?
Objection outside the scope, also unclear as to what water year type, since the discussion is centering around different water year types and what regulations were in place for those water year types.
I'm simply trying to follow up on the witness's use of the term regulatory requirements.
I'll allow the question. Please, Mr. Georgie.
No.
Okay, thank you. And then referring to contractual requirements, I think I followed how you responded to Mr. Cho's questions about one specific contract. But I wasn't entirely clear on the rest, and you may have covered it. My question for you is, in preparing this report, did you or did you not review any of the state water project contractors, water supply contracts with DWR?
No.
Okay. And did you review any proposed amendments to any of those contracts?
No.
If I understand your statement of qualifications in DWR 308 correctly, your expertise is in engineering, correct?
Yes.
And I'm assuming that you are not representing that you have expertise in the subject of what regulatory and contractual requirements are, correct?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to what context regulatory and contractual requirements are in the context of how the State Water Project operates.
In the context of how the State Water Project operates.
Can you repeat the question?
Do you consider yourself to have professional expertise in the subject of how the State Water Project contracts operate?
Okay, sorry, objection is to relevance when he said he did not look at, and for talking about state water project water supply contracts, which he said he did not consider for purposes of this analysis.
Mr. Moore, can you, now I'm lost. Can you
Let
clarify?
me ask this way.
Okay.
Did he, if you did not review those contracts yourself, did you receive some briefing from another person at DWR or somebody else on what those contractual what the state water project contractual requirements are?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. And I don't believe I saw anyone else who had questions for Mr. Georgie. I will indicate that I don't have questions for Mr. Georgie right now, although I'm going to take a break so we can think about it and then we'll see. Well, unless you say you have no redirect. So I'll look to you, Ms. Carroll. Are you going to have redirect for Mr. Georgie?
I think we were also going to take the break to look over things to make sure.
That sounds fine. Let's go ahead and thank you, Mr. Georgie, for your patience. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We will return at 11:12. Thank you. All right, welcome back. I will look first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record? We'll wait a moment to make sure our court reporter is with us. All right, and I will attempt to verify again to our court reporter. Are you there and ready for us to go back on the record?
I am here.
Excellent. And you're
Thank
ready?
you.
And
Yes.
ready to
Thank
okay.
you.
Then with that, I see we have Ms. Carroll and Mr. Georgie. As I indicated, I don't have additional questions. Ms. Carroll, do you have redirect for Mr. Georgie?
We do not. Thank you.
All right. Then with that, I will look to you, Mr. Georgie. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for your testimony, and you are excused.
Thank you.
Then we will turn next, I believe, to Dr. Sunding. Is that correct, Ms. Carroll?
That is correct, and we've asked him to sign in, so hopefully he's here.
Great. And I will look to the team. If you have seen, he is being elevated. Welcome, Dr. Sunding. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute. Good morning.
Good morning. Let me fix my camera here. There, can you see me okay?
Yes, thank you very much. And welcome this morning. And I will go ahead and administer the oath, and then I will turn things over to Ms. Carroll. If you would please raise your right hand. Dr. Sunding, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. To you, Ms. Carroll.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey, and good morning, Dr. Sunding. How are you?
Good morning. I'm fine.
Great. So, Dr. Sunding, is DWR 1304 a true and correct copy of your CV?
It is, yes.
And is DWR 1303 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony in this hearing?
It is, yes.
Okay. And do you have any changes at this time to that testimony?
No, I don't.
Okay. Are DWR 114, 1319 through 1330 and 1332 and 1333 true and correct copies of materials you relied on in creating your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, they are.
And is DWR 1305 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint summarizing your rebuttal testimony?
It is, yes.
Great. And Ms. Mullen, just so you're ready, we will pull that up in just a moment. Thank you. And Dr. Sunding, could you please summarize your experience for me?
I can, sure. So I've been a faculty member at UC Berkeley since 1992. I retired from full-time teaching in 2020, but I have a position now called Professor of the Graduate School, which is basically an active emeritus professor. So I still teach and conduct research and supervise students regularly. At the time I retired in 2020, I held the Thomas J. Graff Chair in Natural Resource Economics in the College of Natural Resources at UC Berkeley. During my time on the faculty at Berkeley, I taught and conducted research in natural resources, water resource economics, environmental economics, and in the law school, I taught as part of the law and economics sequence. At Berkeley, I was a founder of the Berkeley Water Center. That's an interdisciplinary research unit at UC Berkeley. It's a joint venture of the College of Natural Resources and the College of Engineering. And the mission of the Berkeley Water Center was to catalyze large interdisciplinary projects in water resources, things that couldn't be done by just a single investigator working alone. At Berkeley, I was also a founder of, or instrumental in founding, the National Science Foundation's engineering research center on urban water systems. That center is called Renew It. It's based at Stanford University. Renew It is an acronym that stands for Reinventing the Nation's Urban Water Infrastructure. That was run by a consortium of universities, again, based at Stanford, but Berkeley was an integral part of it. I served 2 terms as chair of Berkeley's Department of Agricultural and Resource Economics. In addition to my university service, I also have done some extensive government service. In the Clinton administration, I was a senior economist at the President's Council of Economic Advisors, where I had responsibility for the areas of environment, natural resources, agriculture, and energy. I've also served on panels of the US EPA Science Advisory Board and the US National Academy of Sciences. I guess the last thing I would mention is outside the university and separate from government service, in my role as a consultant, I've worked on a number of important water resource matters, including the Deepwater Horizon oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico, 3 water resource cases of original jurisdiction at the US Supreme Court. And those were Kansas v. Nebraska, Florida v. Georgia, and Texas v. New Mexico. I was a member of the negotiating team that set up the amendments to the Colorado River Quantification Settlement Agreement that created the IID San Diego water transfer. And for more than a decade, relevant to these proceedings, I've been working on California Bay Delta issues for the California Natural Resources Agency and the Department of Water Resources, going all the way back to BDCP and then through California Water Fix and now more recently the DCP. And so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Dr. Sunding. I appreciate that. And Ms. Mullen, at this time, could we please pull up DWR 1305? And Dr. Sunding, when you're ready, if you could please summarize your testimony.
Sure, thank you. And should I just ask you to advance the slides when I need?
Yes, you can ask Ms. Mullen and she will advance the slides for you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Mullen, could you go forward 1 slide? So what I'll talk about now in my direct testimony is just to give you a quick overview of the elements that are in my rebuttal testimony. And in my rebuttal testimony, I'm mainly talking about Dr. Michael and Dr. Buckley. And I have a number of thoughts about some of the criticisms that they've leveled of the benefit cost analysis that I authored. First of all, I'd like to talk about topics of cost allocation, financing, and affordability and their proper role in a benefit cost analysis. Next, the topic of urban water demand growth, and I'll respond in particular to some criticisms leveled by Dr. Michael about some of the urban water demand assumptions that I used in the benefit cost analysis. Third, I'll turn to a very important, but unfortunately a little bit technical topic, much beloved by economists, having to do with what's known as the discount rate. And the discount rate is a factor that economists and other analysts use to put present and future quantities on kind of an equal footing so that they can be compared on an apples to apples basis. Next, I'll turn to some of Dr. Michael's testimony about the use of water market data to value water supply improvements. That is, in his view, I suppose, an alternative to the kind of analysis that I did in the benefit cost analysis. And then finally, I'll make some remarks about socioeconomic effects and water affordability and ways that we incorporated the impact of the DCP on low-income households, disadvantaged communities throughout California. So with that, let's go, and I'll talk about each of these in turn in a little bit more detail. So if we could go forward 1 slide. There we go. So with respect to cost allocation, financing, and affordability, let me take a step back first and say something I think that even Dr. Michael would agree with, that benefit cost analysis, which is the type of analysis that I did of the DCP, is a powerful tool, the most powerful tool that economists have to assess the economic desirability of an intervention. And the intervention could be an investment, like this project. It could be a regulation, could be something else. Fundamentally, benefit cost analysis can get technical. There are elements of it that certainly are mathematical and can get complicated, but at bottom, it's a very straightforward kind of an analysis. It's just what it sounds like. It's calculating what a project costs and then comparing it to what its benefits are. So what does something cost, and then what do you get for it? It's really that straightforward. Benefit cost analysis is not a financing plan. That's a separate kind of analysis. It's not based on a cost allocation. That's a separate kind of analysis. And it doesn't directly take, not typically, distributional considerations into account, although it should consider the impacts on all affected groups, including disadvantaged households. It's not to say that considering the impacts of an intervention on disadvantaged communities isn't important. It is. But that's not normally something that's done as part of a benefit cost analysis. Rather, what benefit cost analysis does is calculates impacts, positive and negative, adds them up on a societal level, and then answers, again, this basic question of whether the benefits of an intervention are worth the costs. At this point in the process, with respect to DCP, it's premature to make assumptions about cost allocation and specifically how the DCP is going to be financed, as those decisions haven't been made yet. And further financing considerations in particular aren't usually included in a benefit cost analysis at all. And this is especially true when impacts are discounted using a public sector cost of capital, as I've done in the BCA, since effectively the rates used for discounting future benefits are the same ones that are used for financing. And in effect, they cancel out. So we can go on to the next slide. Question of urban water demand growth. Dr. Michael criticizes the urban water demand assumptions that underlie the BCA. The BCA means benefit cost analysis. I'll say that occasionally, arguing that they're too high. And I think he and I would agree that assumptions about future levels of urban water consumption are an important input into the benefit cost analysis. I think there's no question about that. So again, to address these issues, let's first take a step back and look at what I actually did in the benefit cost analysis. So the method I followed was to take future water demands from the various urban water agencies that are receiving state water project deliveries and were included in the urban water supply reliability model. And this includes agencies such as Metropolitan, of course, and all of its member agencies. Alameda County Water Agency, Zone 7, Santa Clara, Mojave, on and on like that. So we start with future demands from those urban agencies that are receiving state water project deliveries. And then for each agency, I incorporated information on future water demands and their average and dry year water supply portfolios. I incorporated information on water transfer arrangements, dry year supplies, water storage conditions, both ground and surface water, and then evaluated levels of water supply reliability, essentially future shortages, with and without the DCP. And I then measured what economists call willingness to pay for enhanced reliability. So if the DCP, once it's operational, has the effect of reducing the frequency and magnitude of urban water shortages, which it does, the way economists and the way I think about the benefits of that is to essentially ask, what would urban consumers in different agencies pay? What's the amount of money they would be willing to forego to get that reduction in future shortages? So again, what I think is a very practical, very common sense kind of approach. Now, the urban water demand assumptions that, or the forecasts that I use, were taken for the most part from agencies' own urban water management plans, but I also used other planning tools. For Metropolitan in particular, I utilized information from the 2020 Integrated Resource Plan, and I particularly adopted Scenario D, the so-called Scenario D that Dr. Michael talks about. And I did that because Metropolitan's board has adopted a policy of considering Scenario D. Scenario D incorporates relatively significant local climate impacts on demand, affecting things like outdoor water use. But it also assumes relatively high rates of population and economic growth. And it does so as a planning scenario. So I took an approach that was consistent with the approach that Metropolitan uses for its own analysis, just like I used urban water management plans for other agencies where that was what was available. Now, Dr. Michael points out that the Department of Finance, the State Department of Finance, produces population forecasts that are lower than what's used in Metropolitan Scenario D. Now, that's true. Although I'll note that many analysts have pointed out that the Department of Finance's growth assumptions are highly conservative and out of step with planning forecasts from other agencies, such as, for example, the Southern California Association of Governments, or SCAG, which is the officially designated metropolitan planning organization for Southern California. SCAG projects nearly 10% population growth for Southern California, where the Department of Finance projections have virtually none. Moreover, I'll note that given the lack of demand forecast past 2050, I assume no urban water demand growth at all past that year, even though that's only 5 years past the beginning of DCP operations. Thus, for 95% of the DCP's operating life, I assume no urban water demand growth at all, which is obviously a conservative assumption, or I should say likely, maybe not obviously, likely to be a conservative assumption. But lacking any other kind of reliable information, that was the assumption I made. But I think that has the effect of being conservative. So the second part of second kind of assumption that underlies Scenario D for Metropolitan is assumptions about future climate conditions. And with respect to future climate conditions, I think we would all agree that there is a substantial amount of uncertainty about exactly how and when climate change will unfold. And to address that in the benefit cost analysis, I took an approach that analysts often use to deal with uncertainty. I looked at a sensitivity analysis. I reran the benefit cost analysis under a variety of different assumptions about future climatic conditions, in particular sea level rise and future precipitation and runoff patterns. And the sensitivity analysis that I did actually contains a scenario that assumes no climate change at all once the DCP begins operation, which is, I think most people would agree, an unrealistically conservative assumption, but still one that I included. And in every case considered, the DCP I found passed a benefit cost test with a range of benefit cost ratios from around 1.5 to somewhere between 2 and 3 to 1. We can move to the next slide. Again, the most technical point, but economists know well that the choice of a discount rate is very important when evaluating a long-term intervention like the DCP, which will last decades and decades once it begins operation. So here, Dr. Michael, again, I'll address him. He argues that the discount rate that I used in the benefit cost analysis is too low. and he asserts that a 3% real discount rate should be used instead. Now, he and I suppose, have been at this long enough that I'll note first that Dr. Michael has changed his opinion on this point over time. In an earlier version of the benefit cost analysis, he actually criticized my use of a 3% real rate, which was exactly what he's saying now we should consider, even though it was the operative federal guidance at that point. That's the reason that I selected it at that time. But putting that aside, the discounting assumptions that I used in the benefit cost analysis are consistent with the operative federal guidance at the time I conducted the analysis. It's also consistent with the mainstream view of the economics profession going back at least a couple of decades. In particular, what I used in the the benefit cost analysis was a real discount rate. And by real, I mean inflation adjusted discount rate of 2%. Declining to 1.4%. And that, again, is consistent with the guidance provided by the Biden administration in OMB circulars A4 and A94. The Biden administration promulgated that guidance in 2023 that analysts should use the inflation-adjusted rate of return on long-term Treasury securities to conduct an analysis like this, which is basically what they've recommended since at least what the White House has recommended since at least 2003. This approach has been endorsed by over 100 leading economists and the American Economic Association when the Biden administration revised the guidance documents. So to summarize here, my testimony is that the discount rate I used is appropriate, consistent with operative federal guidance, consistent with the views of the mainstream economics profession, and that Dr. Michael's testimony on this subject should be appropriately disregarded. Let's go to the next slide. Next, Dr. Michael conducts, I guess you could consider it, or he considers it to be an alternative benefit cost analysis that's informed by water transfer prices, as opposed to the methods based on measured shortages that I used in my approach. This testimony, I frankly find to be very strange. His written testimony is at odds with his oral testimony, so I'll try to make sense of it as best I can. But I would offer just the following remarks. It can be appropriate to use market prices to value a resource. I use market prices at a couple of points. Say, for example, to value the significance of lost agricultural land in the Delta, resulting from the DCP construction and operation. But that's appropriate because there's a competitive market for farmland in the Delta, and the prices that result from the interaction of supply and demand conditions are meaningful. You can actually go out and purchase land, purchase farmland in the Delta, and then the amount of money that you would pay for that tells you something about the value of future profits. So that's appropriate. Given water market conditions in California, which are so imperfect, so constrained, and so localized, it's inappropriate to use observed water market prices to value something like incremental urban water supplies. So my testimony on this point is that the use of water transfer values in the San Joaquin Valley to come up with an alternative benefit cost relationship for urban agencies such as Metropolitan is not valuable, and it's actually quite misleading. So by contrast, the approach that I took in the benefit cost analysis is to use operational modeling to determine levels of urban water shortages with and without the DCP, and then value incremental shortages using observed consumer willingness to pay. So essentially water demand conditions. That's the approach that's taken in the peer-reviewed economics literature, some of which I originated, and it's the most accurate approach that I'm aware of that economists have available to measure the value of water supply reliability. Now, turning to the agricultural sector, in the benefit cost analysis, I followed the approach recommended by the California Water Commission and used a blend of modeled and observed agricultural water values. Such an approach is more relevant to agriculture than it is to the urban sector, given the relative ease of transferring water in a market relative to the urban sector. And again, this is the approach that's used or recommended by the California Water Commission in its evaluation of the benefits of various water infrastructure investments. And the last point, then I'll conclude my direct testimony related to socioeconomic effects and the impacts of the DCP on disadvantaged communities. So we could go forward by one slide. Thank you. So what the benefit cost analysis does, again, is it adds up the benefits of investment of the DCP on all segments of society. It takes a comprehensive view of impacts. It's not just limited to, say, something like affordability. It takes a comprehensive view of impacts, and it includes the value of improvements in water supply reliability, water quality, seismic reliability, and other factors that are experienced by low-income consumers. If you look at where low-income households are in California, what you'll see very quickly is that about half of all the disadvantaged households in the state, according to the state's own definition of what constitutes a disadvantaged community, about half of all those households are in LA County alone. The other major concentration of disadvantaged communities is in the San Joaquin Valley, particularly in the southern portions of the San Joaquin Valley that are highly reliant on agriculture. So just right there, you can get an idea that the DCP probably has all kinds of impacts through urban water supply, agricultural water supply, and once the cost allocation is determined on water rates, has all kinds of impacts, positive and negative, on disadvantaged households. So it's about a lot more than just affordability. And I have some of the impacts in the metropolitan service area, which encompasses Los Angeles County, without the DCP. What are some of the consequences that we can expect based on the modeling in my report? So in Southern California, again, including Los Angeles County, households could expect shortages larger than 10%, roughly 4 years in 10. So 40% of the time, you're having at least a 10% shortage, and about a little more than 15% of the time, there will be shortages of greater than 20%. So that's clearly a very high degree of unreliability. That impacts disadvantaged communities just like it impacts advantaged ones, although by different amounts potentially. We'd have to do the analysis, which we did. But this is about, if you really want to understand the impacts of the DCP on disadvantaged communities, you've got to look at more than just the share of costs that are allocated to those communities and the impact on water rates. With respect to unmitigated impacts of the DCP on communities in the Delta region, well, there I considered, as I detail in the benefit cost analysis, a number of different types of impacts. Impacts during the period of construction, and then other impacts during the period of operation. And what I did there was to start with the categories of impacts that are laid out in the environmental impact report, look at impacts that are so-called unmitigated impacts, and then monetize where possible, usually using methods that have been adopted by federal government agencies. The significance of impacts such as increased traffic congestion or air quality impacts. And again, use standard approaches taken by federal agencies that I lay out in the report, such as the Department of Transportation and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. So these quantified impacts locally are explicitly listed out in the BCA and included, as they should be, when I calculate overall benefit cost ratios. So this my testimony with respect to socioeconomic impacts, which I agree with Dr. Michael, are very, very important to take a look at, although somewhat outside the bounds of a traditional benefit cost analysis. The impacts of the DCP on low-income households exist throughout the state, and they exist on both sides of the ledger. Some impacts would be positive, other impacts would be negative, but I believe they've been appropriately incorporated in the benefit cost analysis that I offered. And with that, I'll conclude my direct testimony.
Thank you, Dr. Sunding. And I will look to maybe Ms. Meserve, if you were there, the right person to indicate an order of go, if you know it, in terms of cross-examination. Or to anyone else who, it looks like we have hands. I'm sorry. If we can please elevate Ms. Castro Galindo. And also Mr. Spain. And Ms. Meserve, I see you're here and off mute. I didn't mean to cold call on you. I was asking for an order of go, if you know.
Yeah, and I think Ms. Castro Galindo may have the same info I have, and I think she was going to begin and
Okay.
then, but I'll let her say if she wants to give the whole order and, or else I will give it.
I see an
Maybe we
affirmative.
can
Good
collaborate.
morning.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So DTEC, I will be going first on behalf of DTEC, and then I believe Baykeeper will follow, but I think Ms. Meserve might have the last part of that order.
Then after Baykeeper, it may be me. I am not sure if there's on behalf of the Contra Costa County at all. And I'm not sure if Mr. Spain, if there were some, as I indicated in the email, there were, I know Mr. Spain, he may have questions and he's welcome to go before me if he would like, either way.
And that's fine. And I'll also call. I was just getting a general sense, and I understand some of this is question, you have to see whether you have questions after you hear the questions. But Mr. Spain, do you have a general sense of you may have questions? And I can't hear you, so that may be something we can work out. You are not on mute. There we go.
How's that?
Yes. Thank you.
3 mute buttons, they all have to be aligned.
Yeah.
I have maybe 15 minutes of questions. And I am in a different group. There are 2 different groups here. I was with a CSBA group, and so we conferred among ourselves. I'm not sure how that got conveyed to the hearing office.
Do you have a preference as to in which, I think
I could go later.
Okay. We'll do at least DTEC and then Baykeeper, and then we can see how things go from there.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Then I will turn to you, Ms. Castro Galindo, if you would like to begin your cross.
Sounds great. Thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Good morning, Dr. Sunding. Thanks for being here. I'd like to ask you some questions on your written rebuttal testimony. Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up Dr. Sunding's written rebuttal testimony, DWR 01303, and scroll to page 3? Thank you. Could we scroll to page 3, paragraph 7, please? Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Dr. Sunding, beginning on paragraph 7, line 20, you state that benefit cost analysis considers a range of impacts, positive and negative, that follow from an intervention, correct?
That's right.
And at the bottom of the same paragraph, beginning on line 20, still speaking about benefit cost analysis, you state that it takes a broad societal perspective and sums impacts across different groups in an attempt to answer the question of whether the intervention increases social welfare, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Can you please explain whose social welfare you are referring to in this line?
Sure. So in this case, it would be, again, you start with the universe of all households in California. and then narrow it down to ones that are directly impacted, positively or negatively, by construction, operation, financing of the DCP, and then add up all of those impacts, positive and negative. So I consider a number of different categories of impacts related to improvements in water supply reliability, water quality. Those would impact urban and agricultural customers, ones that are actually receiving water supplies through the state water project. Then I also consider impacts on seismic reliability and in particular post-earthquake resumption of service. Again, that's going to be experienced by households that are receiving water from the state water project. Then I also consider local impacts that are, they're kind of resulting from construction, but then operation of the DCP. And those are impacts that are felt locally in the Delta region. I consider those as well. And then add all of that up, positive impacts, negative impacts, and come up with a conclusion about how benefits correspond to costs.
Thank you. So to clarify, what is the geographic scope of your analysis here?
It's statewide. It doesn't go beyond the borders of California, but it's statewide. And then I look at, again, with respect to each of those kinds of impacts, households that are impacted positively or negatively, and add up the consequences.
And what is the temporal scope of this analysis?
So it starts effectively now or sometime close to the present when pre-construction activities begin. With respect to operation of the DCP, I assumed, like one typically does for a large capital infrastructure project, a 100-year operating life. And so the analysis goes out to the year 2145. Assume that DCP operations begin in 2045 and then operations go out to 2145.
Thank you. And could we scroll to paragraph 8, please, Ms. Mullen? Dr. Sunding, on lines 6 to 9, you state that the fundamental role of benefit cost analysis is namely to determine from a societal perspective, accounting for impacts on as many groups as possible, whether the benefits of a project exceed its costs, correct?
Yes.
Your BCA does not consider whether the negative impacts of a project fall disproportionately on a particular group, correct?
No, that's outside the bounds of a traditional benefit cost analysis. That's getting into the last point that I talked about in my direct testimony. Can be important. I don't want to minimize. It can be important to look at the impacts on particular disadvantaged communities, but that's outside the bounds of a traditional benefit cost analysis. The impacts on those communities should be incorporated in calculation of a benefit cost ratio, but a special analysis laying out a whole range of impacts on particular disadvantaged communities. Again, there might be reasons to do that, but that's a separate kind of analysis than a benefit cost analysis.
And Dr. Sunding, does your BCA rely on assumptions about how water supplied by the DCP will be distributed between municipal versus agricultural uses?
It does.
So if the distribution of water from the DCP to municipal versus agricultural sources were to change, your benefit cost ratio could also change, correct?
Is very likely that would happen. The assumptions that I used related to allocation of state water project supplies, or rather incremental supplies from the DCP, I lay that out in the report. Effectively, it follows Table A allocations, but among certain agencies that were signatories to, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on the name of the agreement, but it's laid out in the BCA.
Thank you. And does your benefit cost analysis consider the interaction between the DCP and other projects that could cause similar, potentially compounding impacts?
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I'd like to ask a question, clarifying question. Dr. Sunding's rebuttal testimony is specific to responsive to criticisms of his CBA, but these questions seem to be going beyond the CBA. Are you inclined to allow them? I'm just trying to understand for purposes of objections.
I am inclined to allow them because they relate to the testimony that's here on the page in front of me. So I think we can explore the words and the testimony. So I am not, so yes, I am inclined to allow these questions, and I think you can frame any objections accordingly or
Thank you.
decline to. Thank you. Ms. Castro Galindo, please.
Thank you, Officer Kenzie. Should I restate the question, Dr. Sunday?
And
No,
I will
I remember the
Dr.
question.
Sunding
I'm just
knows.
not sure. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, please.
Yeah, no, I remember the question. I'm not sure I can answer it without providing a little bit more detail about what you mean.
Sure. So for example, I'll restate it, but specify it a little bit more. Perhaps that will be helpful. So does your benefit cost analysis consider the interaction between the DCP and other projects that could cause similar or potentially compounding impacts, such as the site's reservoir project?
Oh, sure. So as I mentioned in my direct testimony, the BCA considers, start with the urban sector, for each of the urban agencies that are included in the benefit modeling, considers the portfolio of dry and wet year water supply alternatives that they have available, things like water transfer arrangements or recycling plants or banking arrangements that they have, considers what kind of a storage capacity they have, both ground and surface water storage. And it tries to build up a realistic operational model for each of these water districts. Now, for Metropolitan, they have a model like this that underpins their integrated resource plan. So we use that model. For other agencies, we had to work with them to develop something similar. But we incorporated a whole range of alternative water supplies and storage and transfer arrangements to get a realistic sense of what might shortages look like given future water demand conditions with and without the DCP. And then we isolated on that to calculate a value.
So to clarify, Dr. Sunding, you didn't specifically model the interaction of the DCP with the site's reservoir project, correct?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to model and interaction.
I'll ask for clarification on model.
By modeling, I mean included in your benefit cost analysis.
No, at the time we did the analysis, the site's reservoir was sufficiently uncertain. It wasn't, financing wasn't arranged, planning decisions hadn't been made with any certainty at that point. So it would have been inappropriate to include in the analysis.
Thank you, Dr. Sunding. Dr. Sunding, does your benefit cost analysis have any way of accounting for whether communities negatively impacted by the DCP are historically disadvantaged?
Well, we incorporated I'm struggling with your question a little bit because in all the ways that I've been talking about today, we incorporated impacts on disadvantaged communities along all the dimensions that we calculated benefits and costs for. So I think that is laid out in the analysis, and again, all the ways that are written in the BCA and that I've talked about today.
Dr. Sunding, isn't it true that an agency which wanted to consider the project's disparate impacts on protected groups would not be able to rely exclusively on your benefit cost analysis?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence. What disparate impacts? Again, I think this is probably also outside the scope of the rebuttal.
I'll allow the question. Dr. Sunding, if you need additional details, feel free to identify those.
All right. Would you mind repeating the question, please?
Sure, no problem. So isn't it true that an agency which wanted to consider the project's disparate impacts on protected groups would not be able to rely exclusively on your BCA?
Just thinking through on the fly, most of what you would need to do that would be included in the benefit cost analysis. Again, understanding that the point of the benefit cost analysis is not specifically to isolate the impacts of an intervention on any particular disadvantaged community. That's a separate kind of an analysis. Most of the parts you would need to do that are contained in the benefit cost analysis. There may be some additional information that you'd want to bring to bear to do that. Of the type that say I talked about in my written rebuttal testimony. But most of what you would need is contained in the benefit cost analysis.
And then just one more follow-up on this, Dr. Sunding. But your analysis does not evaluate disparate impacts of the DCP on affected communities, correct?
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
No, I don't believe that's correct at all. The impacts, whether it's urban water supply impacts, agricultural impacts, local impacts in the Delta region related to construction and operation of the DCP, many of them will impact disadvantaged communities for all the reasons that I've talked about today. That is included in the benefit cost analysis. It's not called out that way specifically because that's not the point of a benefit cost analysis. That would be a separate kind of a study. But certainly the impacts on disadvantaged communities are included in the benefit cost analysis, just like the impacts on affluent communities are.
And Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up DWR 00114, please? And just scroll to the first page, please. Thank you. Dr. Sunding, this is a report titled Benefit Cost Analysis of the Delta Conveyance Project, correct?
It is, yes.
And you were one of the lead authors on this report, correct?
I was, yes.
And Ms. Mullen, could we please scroll to page 75? Dr. Sunding, on page 75, you list 4 categories of impacts identified in the EIR as, quote, significant and unavoidable, which you did not quantify in your benefit cost analysis, correct?
That's right.
And you include tribal and cultural resources in the list of categories of impacts that are significant and unavoidable and not quantified in your benefit cost analysis, correct?
That's right. They're not monetized.
And maybe you preempted this question, but just to make it clear, you stated in the report that the reason for not quantifying these impacts is that there are no appropriate economic tools to estimate the monetary value of their impacts, correct?
That's right. That's my understanding.
So to clarify, the benefit cost analysis of the DCP that you calculated does not consider the DCP's impacts on tribal and cultural resources, correct?
Objection, outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony.
I'll allow it. I think it's clarifying what is here. Please.
That's correct. That's why I wrote this section in the benefit cost analysis to make it clear what was monetized and what was not. The frame of reference that I took was impacts that are identified in the EIR as being unmitigated. Right, that was the universe of impacts that I attempted to monetize. Where there were methods available, I used those for monetization. Where there weren't, and that's the categories that you see on this page, I noted that.
And to make clear, this is also true for aesthetic and visual resources, correct?
That's right.
And for paleontological resources, correct?
That's right.
Dr. Sunding, would you agree that if an agency were to rely solely on your benefit cost analysis, they would be unable to determine the harms that the DCP could cause to tribal cultural resources?
Well, there is the EIR. The EIR lists out which of these types of impacts are unmitigated and does so, in some degree of detail. I just can't make the extra step because there's not data and methods available to do it reliably. I can't make the extra step to monetize But I think if one did want to understand the impacts along any of these 4 dimensions, you would look to the EIR more appropriately.
Dr. Sunding, if the benefits of tribal cultural resources were somehow quantified, could the conclusions of your BCA be different?
Objection, this is outside the scope of the testimony, which is in sole response to the criticisms of Dr. Michaels and Dr. Buckley on the cost-benefit analysis.
Ms. Castro-Galindo, will you repeat the question for me one more time?
Sure. The question is, if the benefits of tribal cultural resources were somehow quantified, could the conclusions of your benefit cost analysis be different?
Also calls for speculation.
I will, with the caveat of please don't speculate, Dr. Sunding. If you can't answer, then please just let us know. I will allow the question.
Yeah, no, it's impossible to answer that. I haven't done this analysis. I haven't monetized these impacts for the reasons that we've been discussing. So I can't say whether or not it would change the conclusions.
Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up DWR 1303 now and go to page 3? Oh, excuse me, actually page 12, please. Thank you.
I would note though, just to thinking about it a minute longer, to return to your past question, for it to change the conclusions, remember the relative magnitudes. The benefits that we're talking about are measured in the tens of billions, somewhere in the mid 30s. The costs of construction and operation are more, in the range of just south of 20 billion. So for it to change the conclusion, impacts from these 4 categories would need to be in the tens of billions to drive the benefit cost ratio less than 1. And you would have to use your own judgment about how likely that is to occur.
Dr. Sunding, before moving on to this document as a follow-up to your answer, did you consult with any tribes about how to quantify impacts on tribal cultural resources?
We consulted with federal agencies and federal guidance about how to do this and just could not find a method that could be used to monetize the unmitigated impacts in these 4 categories that were listed in the EIR.
So to clarify, the answer is no, correct?
I don't recall specifically if we asked any tribal members about this, but I do remember we consulted federal guidance and just could not find a method that looked reliable enough to use.
Now I'd like to turn to paragraph 23, please. Dr. Sunding, in lines 6 to 8, you state that a more comprehensive review of the data shows that disadvantaged communities in urban and agricultural parts of the state would be negatively impacted by a loss in SWP deliveries if the DCP was not built, correct?
Yes.
What source did you use to establish the baseline of current day water deliveries to disadvantaged communities in urban parts of the state?
Did I use to salvage?
No,
Maybe
to
I misheard you.
establish.
Oh, to establish. Okay, would you read the question again, please?
Sure. What source did you use to establish the baseline of current day water deliveries to disadvantaged communities in urban parts of the state?
So I would give you 2 answers here. One is the hydrologic information that we got from the calcium modeling that I used as a basis for the benefit cost analysis. Second, this is a question that I've actually researched in other settings, so it's something I know quite a bit about from other work that I've done on the San Joaquin Valley in particular and the impact of water supplies on disadvantaged communities. That was the first time, this other work is the first time that I used the CalEnviroScreen tool, for example, to look at the impact of changes in water allocation on disadvantaged communities in the San Joaquin Valley. So the baseline that I would use to evaluate, or that I use to to evaluate the impacts on disadvantaged communities is the same baseline I used in the benefit cost analysis. And that baseline is taken from the EIR. It's consistent with what's in the EIR.
So to clarify, you did not independently evaluate this data, correct?
No, any kind of an economic analysis of a project like this is going to rely on inputs from other disciplines. It's going to rely on hydrologic information that in this case we got from CalSim. It's going to rely on biological information that was conducted by other experts. That's the nature of research in environmental matters. There's no one single discipline that typically gives you all the answers. And I've been clear about what's incorporated in my economic analysis and what's outside the bounds of it. No, so I relied on calcium 3 modeling that was done by the Department of Water Resources as an input.
And Dr. Sunding, did you consider alternate scenarios in which water supplies to disadvantaged communities were increased through other measures?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to other measures.
I can
Yeah,
give an
you're going to
example.
have to detail what you mean. I'm not sure I understand your question.
Sure, I can specify, I can provide an example. So did you consider alternate scenarios in which water supplies to disadvantaged communities were increased through other measures, such as water conservation measures in the state?
So I have analyzed the cost of the DCP relative to the cost of alternatives, water supply alternatives, including water conservation measures, and found that it generally compares quite favorably in terms of cost effectiveness. But the kind of analysis you're talking about is honestly outside the bounds of a traditional cost benefit analysis.
Ms. Milling, could we please scroll down to paragraph 27? Thank you. Dr. Sunding, in lines 17 to 19, you state that without investment in the DCP, low-income households in urban areas, including Los Angeles County, are also likely to experience larger water shortages that have their own impact on quality of life, correct?
Yes.
What do you mean by larger water shortages?
Larger water shortages without the DCP operating. Again, remember
And
the benefit cost analysis comparing two worlds, with and without the DCP. There are different levels of shortages, future shortages in each world. And what I'm doing is looking at the difference and putting a value to it.
and can you please point me to the data that you utilized for making this statement?
Sure, it's the outputs of the urban water supply reliability modeling that are described in the DC, the benefit cost analysis.
Is there a particular footnote?
It would be the entire section on the urban water supply reliability benefits of the DCP. We calculated impacts agency by agency, including in areas like LADWR or LADWP and like City of Compton, for example, which is a very low income area. Calculated impacts specifically for those communities and then added them up to a statewide level.
Dr. Sunding, in your expert opinion, do you believe the DCP is the sole method of avoiding these water shortages that you mentioned?
Objection, outside the scope of rebuttal.
Overruled. Please, Dr. Sunding.
Sure. No, there could be other ways, and I'm not opining on whether or not they're technically feasible. There could be increased investment in desalination projects, could be even more adoption of conservation methods. There could be, more limited, but increased investment in water recycling. Those are all possibilities for closing this supply-demand gap. I have argued in other settings that the cost of those kind of measures is generally much larger than the cost of the DCP on a per acre foot basis. But from a purely technical or engineering point of view, yes, there are other ways to fill the supply demand gap.
But did your analysis here consider, let me rephrase. Did you analyze the costs and benefits of these other like possible water supply interventions and compare them to the benefit cost analysis of the DCP?
I have elsewhere, yes. Not in this particular study because that's not appropriate. The benefit cost analysis should look at the benefits and cost of an intervention, which is what I did. But in other work that I've done, I've analyzed the levelized unit cost of the DCP to the kinds of water supply alternatives that I mentioned in your earlier question.
Has this information been submitted as an exhibit by DWR?
Outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony.
I think that's fair. So let's move on to the next question, Ms. Castro Galindo.
Sure. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up DWR 00114 and turn to page 10? And then if we could scroll towards the bottom, please. Dr. Sunding, the bottommost paragraph of this page states that for the impacts that are quantified, the present value of future costs is $167 million in 2023 dollars. These impacts may disproportionately affect specific populations adjacent to the construction project, correct?
That's correct.
And did you consider whether certain racial groups are disproportionately located in close proximity to the DCP relative to communities in the Delta region as a whole?
No, that would be inappropriate to do in a benefit cost analysis.
And did you consider whether certain socioeconomic groups are disproportionately located in close proximity to the DCP relative to communities in the Delta region as a whole?
Not in the DCP or not in the, not DCP, not in the benefit cost analysis. But as we were talking about a few minutes ago, I have looked at issues like that in other studies.
Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up DTEC Exhibit 099? Thank you. Dr. Sunding, can you please confirm that this is a document from CalEnviro's Screen 4.0 indicator maps showcasing information on Hood's pollution burden?
Objection. This is outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony. The witness did not rely on this document.
Can you connect me for me, Ms. Castro Galindo, to the rebuttal testimony where we're going?
Sure. So in the previous statement, Dr. Sunding was talking about how impacts of the project may disproportionately affect specific populations that are adjacent to the construction project. And Hood is one of those areas, which is what I'm coming at.
I think Dr. Sunding said he did not look at that, if I recall correctly.
Not as part of the benefit cost analysis, no.
So again, outside the scope.
Right. So Ms. Castro Galindo, how does this document that we have in front of us relate to testimony, Dr. Sunding's rebuttal testimony? And if not, we should move on.
Sure. I think it closely relates to DWR 00114, where he does say that these impacts may disproportionately affect specific populations adjacent to the construction project. And as Dr. Sunding relies on DWR 00114 in his rebuttal testimony, that's where I see it being relevant.
I'm going to ask you to move on from this one. It appears to me that this falls within the scope of, well, maybe confirm, or I'll look to Ms. Morris. 0114 is Dr. Sunding's report, which was submitted with DWR's case in chief. Do I have that correct?
That's correct. That's the cost benefit analysis.
Yes.
But the rebuttal testimony is focused on the accusations and alleged deficiencies in that, not on the entirety. And I think Dr. Sunding's already said he didn't do the analysis that is being questioned here.
Understood. I was just confirming I had my exhibit numbers correct. So based on that, Ms. Castro Galindo, I think we need to move on to the next line of questioning.
Sure,
This
no,
may
no
be
problem.
outside the scope. Thank you.
Sorry, my blood sugar is dropping, which we can keep going, but if we're going to be going for quite a bit longer, is it possible that we take a break?
Well, let me ask, Ms. Castro Galindo, do you have an estimate of how much you have left?
Yes, so Officer Kenzie. So we had submitted that our total estimate was around 45 minutes, and I don't believe I have more than 15 minutes of questions.
If we were to, I do want to be cognizant of that you are a student and have scheduling. If we were to wait and take a lunch break, would that conflict with your schedule?
If possible, I would prefer for us to finish now, but I want to be cognizant of Miss Morris.
Everyone, yes.
If
No,
we need like a shorter, like
break.
if we could take like maybe a 10-minute break, that would be fine.
It's okay. Just keep going.
Are you sure we can take 5 minutes?
No, it's okay.
To be humane. Okay. Ms. Castro Galindo, please. Back to you.
Thank you. Let me just. All right. So ignoring what's on the screen, Dr. Sunding, are you familiar with the United States Bureau Census data?
Of course, yes.
And you relied on data from the U.S. Bureau Census for your rebuttal testimony, correct?
Did I? I would have to look at my testimony.
You utilized, and maybe we can pull up DWR 01303, please, Ms. Mullen, and go to paragraph 24, which I will give you the page number. It is page 12. So you utilized data from Cal Virus Screen, is that correct, Dr. Sunding?
Yes, I did,
And
yes.
are you aware that Cal Virus Screen pulls their data from the U.S. Census Bureau?
It does, yes.
Okay, perfect. Do you generally find that projections of the U.S. Census Bureau are a reliable source of data for population projections?
Projection vague and ambiguous as to for what purpose?
Yeah, that's an impossible question to answer unless you give me some more detail or some more context.
The purpose is for population projections.
So you're asking whether or not I find census population projections reliable?
Yes.
Which population projections are you referring to?
I'm asking broadly, do you generally find the U.S. Census Bureau to be a reliable provider of information for population projections?
I'll just object that this appears to be outside the scope of this particular paragraph, which is talking about using this to identify disadvantaged communities, not population projections.
I'm just trying to establish some foundation.
I'm going to allow the question, and if you can caveat as appropriate, Dr. Sunding.
Yeah, for the benefit cost analysis, the projections that I used were from from a number of sources, but from Metropolitan in particular, they had their own proprietary projections that they had developed with a demographer who was a consultant. And those are the ones that Dr. Michael in particular talks about that I respond to in my rebuttal testimony. I don't believe I used any census population projections in my analysis at all. So what you're asking me, I guess, just more theoretical or background knowledge. It wasn't part of the analysis.
Yes, I'm not making that assertion. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up DTEC 100? And Dr. Sunding, can you please confirm that this is a document titled U.S. Population Growth Slows Due to Historic Decline in Net International Migration, published on January 27, 2026 by the United States Census Bureau?
Objection.
That's,
Black's
I've never,
Foundation, the document speaks for itself. Also, this appears to be outside the scope of the rebuttal, given the last discussion between the witness and the questioner.
Well, Ms. Mullen, will you please scroll up just so we can see the top of the, okay. Um, I, I think, I'd like to see what the question is. I think there's an adequate foundation here, so we can move to the substance of the question, Ms. Castro-Galindo.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Dr. Sunding to confirm that the document says a few things, and then I'll get into my questions. Dr. Sunding, can you please confirm that the first paragraph reads that population growth in the United States has slowed significantly with an increase of only 1.8 million or 0.5% between July 1st, 2024 and July 1st, 2025, according to the new vintage 2025 population estimates released today by the U.S. Census Bureau?
Look, I see that's what it says. I've never seen this document before. This is not about population projections, which we were just talking about. This document also came 2 years after I conducted the benefit cost analysis. So I am really uncertain where you're going with this.
I will get to my point soon. Can you please, now looking at paragraph 3, confirm that it says that the slowdown in U.S. population growth.
Ms. Castro-Galindo, we can read the document. I would like to get to the substance to make sure we're on track here. So what is the substantive question we're getting to?
So, Ms. Mullen, would it be possible, just so that we can have it on the record, what paragraph 3 says, Officer Kenzie? And then I will move on.
I object to that. This is an exhibit that's marked. We can't just read statements into the record.
I agree.
Okay.
So let's get to the question, please.
Sure. So can we please pull up Dr. Sunding's rebuttal testimony and go to paragraph 12? That is on page 6. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. In paragraph 12 of your testimony, beginning on line 16, you state that, quote, the technical memorandum describing the approach taken to developing the growth forecast in scenario D starts from the presumption that growth in California is correlated with growth in the U.S. more generally, correct?
That's correct.
In your expert opinion, if California mirrors the United States population growth declines, would water demand decrease as well?
Objection. Calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
I think, do you want to phrase this as a hypothetical, Ms. Castro-Galindo, if there's a general decline, and unless you can, I suppose you could ask Mr. Sunding if he's generally aware of a U.S. population decline, or phrase it as a hypothetical. If there was a general decline, then would you expect the same in California, or something to that effect? I'm struggling with the framing of the question here.
Sure. So, Dr. Sunding, based on your statement that growth in California is correlated with growth in the U.S. more generally, do you believe that if California were to mirror a population growth decline in the United States, then water demand would decrease as well?
Calls for speculation.
To the extent you can answer, Dr. Sunding.
Yeah, I really can't answer that. And let's remember that what I'm doing in the rebuttal testimony is explaining the method that was used by Metropolitan's consultant that underlies the scenario D that I then used in the benefit cost analysis. I didn't develop these scenarios. This was done by an expert who was working for Metropolitan. What I'm doing here is explaining the method that he used and the reasons that Metropolitan's growth assumptions might be different than what the Department of Finance or other agencies came up with. It's a different approach.
So, Dr. Sunding, would you agree that population changes and water demand changes are not always directly correlated?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Overruled. You can caveat that response.
The water demand forecasts, including ones that I've done, are typically based on population estimates, among a lot of other factors. But that is one thing that goes into it. You'd want to look at the change in the number of households and dwelling units to forecast residential consumption, for example. So I could agree with that.
And on lines 19 to 20 of the same paragraph, you state that the share of U.S. employment and population growth that will occur in Southern California is heavily influenced by factors, most importantly, housing, mobility, and immigration policy, correct?
Again, what I'm doing here, I mean, that's what it says, and that's what the technical memorandum that Metropolitan used in its water forecast assumptions, that's what it says. So what I'm doing here is describing the method used by another expert to come up with the foundations for this so-called scenario D.
And to be clear, in your analysis, which relies on scenario D, immigration is one of the most significant components of population growth in Southern California, correct?
That's certainly what the technical memorandum implies. And, it stands to reason, given the composition of Southern California and the proximity to Mexico, that the migration patterns would have an effect on population levels.
And to your knowledge, do any of your scenarios that you based your BCA modeling on account for changes in immigration enforcement policy in California?
The technical memorandum that Metropolitan's using, it does incorporate assumptions about immigration policy. But again, I think those questions are better directed to the author of the memo, or if someone from Metropolitan is going to testify about this technical analysis, they'd probably be better positioned to address this than I would. This is not an analysis that I did. What I'm doing here is describing the bases for Metropolitan's forecasts and why they might be different than forecasts that are done by other agencies.
But to be clear, you're using these forecasts for your benefit cost analysis, correct?
But yes, these are the forecasts that Metropolitan's board has recommended be used to evaluate water infrastructure investments. So I took that as a starting point for my analysis.
So, Dr. Sunding, if today's current population projections in California were to change drastically from those at the time in which scenario D was concocted, is it possible that your benefit cost analysis ratio could change?
Objection calls for speculation, also outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony, because it's assuming facts occurred after, or assuming as a foundation facts that occurred after the cost-benefit analysis was completed.
I'm going to allow the question, which as I understood was generally, and I'm going to ask you to say it again, Ms. Castro-Galindo, but generally, I think the gist was if there were changes in the assumptions that are underlying scenario D, would that then change Dr. Sunding's cost-benefit analysis? But if you would please say the
I think that's
question again.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. If there were, Dr. Sunding, if there were changes in the assumptions that underlied scenario D, is it possible that your benefit cost ratio could change?
Sure. The chain is the water supply reliability benefits are conditioned on future water demand assumptions. Future water demand assumptions may be impacted by a range of factors, such as future water rates, the amount of population growth, changes in economic activity, where population growth occurs. Population growth in inland areas tends to cause more of an increase in water demand than population increase near the coast because of differences in local climatic conditions. So sure, all of that is true. I would encourage you to remember, though, that this project is looking at not beginning operation until 2045, and then the benefit cost analysis considers impacts out over a 100-year period. So I wouldn't get overly excited about changes in month to month or even year to year immigration policy. What matters more is changes over a very long period of time.
And then my final couple of questions. Could we please scroll to paragraph 18, Ms. Mullen? Thank you. Dr. Sunding, on lines 14 to 16, you state that the loss functions used in the DCP BCA to value avoided shortages also account for consumers' risk preferences explicitly since they are based on estimated demand functions and converted into estimates of willingness to pay, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true that consumers' willingness to pay depends on how much income they have at their disposal?
It's related to, but that's certainly not the only factor. And households in wealthy communities and low income communities alike have well-established willingness to pay for improvements in water supply reliability.
And isn't it true that a BCA would give a higher positive ratio by assuming the water would go to consumers with a higher willingness to pay?
Objection calls for speculation. Assumes facts not in evidence.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure I understand your question, but I would want to point out, just so there's no misperception, it's actually the case that consumers in lower income areas have what economists call a lower price elasticity of demand, because demand tends to be concentrated on uses that are more essential for hygiene, for drinking, for kind of basic purposes. Households in low income communities tend to use, for example, much less outdoor water than in wealthier communities with larger lot sizes. So per percentage point of shortage, lower income consumers are typically impacted more than higher income consumers. So they're just so we don't have any kind of miscommunication about how income relates to willingness to pay.
And are we nearing the end, Ms. Castro Galindo? I just wanted
We
to
are.
check.
I'm debating.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Thank you. But just, and final question, just to clarify, willingness to pay does, however, depend on income at a community or like water users' disposal, correct?
It depends on income, but I'm suspecting not in the way that you're assuming. If you look in the appendices of the benefit cost analysis, I lay out the specification of the econometric model that I use to construct the loss functions that then go into the calculation of willingness to pay. And income is taken into account in those econometric models. But what I find and what a number of analysts have found for both water demand and electricity demand is that price elasticity is actually lower for lower income households than for higher income households, reflecting the fact that water is disproportionately used for essential uses by low income households. Therefore, they are more susceptible to changes in water supply reliability than more affluent households. The consequences of not being able to take a shower every day are worse and more impactful than the consequences of not filling your swimming pool or turning on an outdoor fountain. And that's essentially what the phenomenon that I uncovered and other analysts have uncovered is getting at.
Great. Those are all my questions for today. Thank you for your time, Dr. Sunding.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Castro Galindo. Thank you, Dr. Sunding. We are well due for a break. So unless I see a hand within the next 30 seconds or so, I am going to, there's one. Ms. Morris, yes, please.
Just super fast because we have Mr. Hatch you had scheduled for today. So would it be fair to say that we don't need to have him available until 2:30 or later today, given the pace of where we are?
Yes, I'm going to say yes. I don't think I'm going out on a limb.
Based
Thank
on
you.
my calculations, that's underestimating based on the
Right.
estimate.
Yes. Thank you. Then with that, let's go ahead and break until 1:30. I will see you all again at 1:30. Thank you.
Right.
Welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And I will make my screen proper here. I see we have Dr. Sunding. Welcome back. We have Ms. Carroll. And I'm going to put back in my notes. I believe we have Mr. Busher or someone else under the Baykeeper heading. Mr. Busher, do you have questions? Is this you?
Baykeeper does. My colleague, Ms. Ralston, is going to cover this one. So I assume she'll raise her hand momentarily.
I think she has, and I just did not see her. If we can please elevate Ms. Ralston.
And Hearing Officer Kinsey, Glenn Swain here. I could go next easily enough.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Spain. Ms. Ralston, welcome.
Hello, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
And if you have questions for Dr. Sunding, please go ahead.
Yes. Hi, Dr. Sunding. My name is Christy Ralston. I'm an attorney with San Francisco Baykeeper. And to keep this moving along, I'll hop straight into my questions.
Sure.
Ms. Mullen, can you please pull up DWR 1303? Thank you. And can I ask you to scroll to page 7? Thank you. If we can scroll down. Sorry. I think I might have written down the page number, line number down incorrectly here. But, oh, sorry, page 6. Okay. In paragraph 12, if you can direct your attention to that, you describe that Dr. Michael cast doubt on the population growth assumptions in scenario D, correct?
That's right.
And at the time of your benefit cost analysis, Met had used 4 different future scenarios in its integrated resource plan, correct?
It did, yes.
Okay. And in those 4 scenarios, scenarios A and C assume lower demographic growth than scenario D, correct?
Yes, A and B have lower growth, as I recall, than scenarios C and D.
Thank you. So this morning, or is it true that the DCP BCA did not use the lower population growth values that were present in scenarios A and C?
That's correct, based on Metropolitan Board's adopted policy and discussions that we had with Metropolitan, like we discussed with other urban water agencies. We felt it was appropriate to use scenario D.
Okay. This morning, you described conducting a sensitivity analysis of the BCA for various future climate change scenarios. Did you conduct a sensitivity analysis of the BCA based on various different future population growth scenarios?
No.
Okay, thank you. And if we can scroll down to line 19. Dr. Sunding, can you please direct your attention towards the sentence that begins, "This share is" on line 19?
Yes.
And continues on to the follow. Oh, no, it ends on this page. You list 3 factors here that were relied upon in that were factors influencing these population projections, including housing, mobility, and immigration policy, correct?
Yeah, these are factors that are called out specifically in the technical memorandum that Metropolitan relied on.
Yes. Does the population projection produced by the California Department of Finance account for housing policy as well?
I don't recall. I'm not sure as we're sitting here. I'd have to go back and look at the assumptions.
Okay.
The Department of Finance forecasts are heavily influenced by conditions in the recent past. So effectively, if the mood in California has recently been relatively pessimistic, then they'll revise down their population and economic activity estimates.
And the same question this time for mobility policy.
You're asking me whether or not Department of Finance takes that into account?
Yes.
Oh, same thing. For detailed questions about their methodology, I'd have to refresh my recollection.
Okay. And I assume the answer would be the same for immigration policy?
Yeah, it would be, yes.
Okay. If we can scroll back up to view line 10, can you please direct your attention towards the sentence beginning with, for example, on line 9, the Southern California Association of Governments. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you have an opinion as to whether the population forecasts produced by SCAG are any more or less accurate than those produced by the California Department of Finance?
While stopping short of a detailed technical assessment, in my experience, what I have usually relied on is forecasts produced by metropolitan planning organizations. They're typically very sophisticated based on large-scale econometric models. And because they're used for transportation infrastructure investments and other purposes, but their primary purpose is to make transportation infrastructure investments. My opinion, and I think the opinion of a lot of analysts, is that they're generally pretty reliable.
Thank you. Specifically, though, with reference to the California Department of Finance in comparison, do you believe that those are any more or less accurate than those projections created by SCAG?
Again, stopping short of a detailed technical assessment, my preference would be to use the Metropolitan Planning Organization forecasts. And I think a number of analysts have talked about, in practice, the Department of Finance forecasts right now are quite low. And I think that's largely because of recent economic conditions in California and the large outmigration that's happening. The DOF forecasts tend to be more heavily influenced by near-term phenomena than some of the other forecasts.
Are there reasons other than that lower estimation that you've noted that you prefer the SCAG values rather than the California Department of Finance values?
Well, again, their methodology is quite sophisticated, where the Department of Finance estimates, in my experience, and I think, the opinion of other analysts that I've consulted with and whose work I've seen on this point, the DOF finance estimates are quite low for population growth, and they're obviously heavily influenced by recent economic conditions. So my preference would be to use the Metropolitan Planning Organization forecast, whether it's SCAG or ABAG or SANDAG or any of the other large ones.
Okay. Do you agree that recent trends in California show declining municipal water demand despite population growth in urban areas?
The picture's complex. I think, to get very far with your question, we're going to have to get more specific. It's hard to make general pronouncements about that. I think certainly there are areas of California where per capita consumption is declining, many areas. Some areas more rapidly than others, but it's hard to make generalizations.
With respect to those areas that you mentioned, did you account for that in your BCA?
Yes, my understanding is Metropolitan's water demand forecasts do take into account changes in per capita consumption.
As part of your analysis, did you rely on urban water management plans to determine water demand?
Yes, for some agencies. And just to be clear, this is a boundary of our benefit cost analysis. It was beyond the scope of what we could do to do urban water demand forecasts for every urban agency receiving state water project supplies. That would have taken years to do. So for most agencies, we relied on urban water management plans for forecasts. Metropolitan has a different apparatus that they use to do long run planning. And given their size, I think it tends to be more sophisticated than what a lot of other agencies do. So for Metropolitan, we use their modeling that's incorporated in the IRP. For other agencies, as I testified to earlier, we use their urban water management plans.
Are you aware of a recent study from Virginia Polytechnic Institute that found that urban water management plans overestimated future water demand by an average of 25% for 5-year projections?
No, I don't think I've seen that.
Do you agree that urban water management plans overestimate future water demand?
Not in general, no. It certainly has been the case sometimes. Look, a forecast is always going to be wrong. If you look at it ex post, it's 100% of the time either going to be too high or too low. But there have been instances where urban agencies, transportation agencies, and water agencies have actually significantly underestimated future population growth. And a good example of that is Dallas. A number of communities in Texas have grown very, very rapidly over the last decade. And Dallas is an example where North Texas Council of Governments significantly underestimated population growth with some attendant infrastructure problems as a result. But no, I think it's very hard to generalize and say that urban water management plans always overestimate water demand. I don't believe that's the case.
Okay. In your benefit cost analysis, did you do anything to reduce the value of benefit based on any potential overestimations that would occur in a California-based urban water management plan?
No, the demand assumptions that I used in the benefit cost analysis come from the sources that we've been discussing. Didn't undertake a separate independent analysis of urban water demand forecasts. That would have been well outside the scope of what I was asked to do by DWR, and a very, very big job.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please turn to document DWR 114? And can we please go to page 48 of this document? Dr. Sunding, is it correct that this section that we're now viewing addresses the cost of environmental impacts of the DCP remaining after mitigation?
Yes, the local impacts that result from construction and operation of the DCP. What I think I referred to in the benefit cost analysis, using the economic term externality. These are local external impacts of the DCP in the Delta region that are unmitigated.
Does this section attempt to quantify the cost of environmental impacts of the DCP if mitigation efforts described by DWR are not fully implemented as described in the EIR?
No, as I explained in the benefit cost analysis, I took my information from the EIR and specifically isolated the impacts that the EIR described as being unmitigated. And then where I could, I monetized those. But I didn't get in second guess, what would happen if mitigation wasn't the way it was laid out in the EIR. Again, that's a boundary condition for my analysis. Mitigation efforts are treated in the EIR. That I took as a starting point in the economic analysis.
Okay, so I'd be correct in saying then that there's not any other section of this analysis that attempts to quantify the cost of environmental impacts if mitigation efforts, as described in the EIR, are not fully implemented.
No, that's correct. The analysis works just the way I described in the benefit cost analysis that you have up on the screen. I took as a starting point for my economic work the unmitigated impacts as described in the EIR.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, can we please turn to page 10 of this document? And Dr. Sunding, excuse me, can you please turn your attention to the paragraph following point 3 on this page? The benefit cost analysis identified 8 different impact areas that were labeled.
Wait, I'm sorry, what part of the, I don't have my glasses on. What part of the paragraph are you in?
I am referring to it generally right now, just everything following point 3, the paragraph beginning with most environmental impacts.
Got it. This is not large on my screen, so let me get my glasses.
Okay. Are you able to see the screen, or should we?
I can, yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's good. Thank you.
All right. So the benefit cost analysis identified 8 different impact areas that were labeled significant and unavoidable in relation to environmental costs after mitigation, correct?
I believe that's right, yes.
Do any of these impact areas encompass costs associated with risks of harms that the DCP poses for fish species listed as threatened or endangered under the California or federal Endangered Species Acts?
No, my recollection is that fisheries impacts were considered fully mitigated in the EIR.
Okay. And can we look at the final paragraph on this page, beginning with the costs of other impacts? You see that, yes?
Right, yes.
So the first sentence of this paragraph states that the cost of certain impacts were not estimated for this analysis, correct?
That's right. I think it's most accurate to say they weren't monetized. The EIR had a treatment of all of these types of impacts. And, we covered that in the previous questioner's examination. But what I couldn't do because there wasn't either data or a method available was monetize them.
Okay. So just to clarify, would I be correct in saying then that there are some non-economic costs that are not accounted for in this analysis?
That's right. It was outside the bounds of what I could do because there wasn't either data or a method available or both.
Okay, thank you. I think that I am at the end of my questions, but if it's okay with you, Hearing Officer Kinsey, I'd like to take just a minute or two to check to make sure that I don't have anything else to ask.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Just take a silent moment.
Thank you. I am finished with my questioning. Thank you, Dr. Sunding.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Ralston. I will then look to Mr. Spain. I gather you have some questions for Dr. Sunding.
I do, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Excuse me, sorry.
Let me just introduce myself. I am with the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations, PCFFA. We're the largest trade association of commercial fishing families in the West Coast. And one of our concerns, of course, is what, if any, impacts might the project have on commercial fisheries. Ms. Mullen, if you could bring up Dr. Sunding's testimony 1303 at page 4. No, page 3, that would be ideal. And right around line, let's see, lines 4 through 10. I'm going to read this just for the record for convenience for the recorder. Starting with the Delta Conveyance Project Benefit Cost Analysis, and that's abbreviated as DCP-BCA, 2 words, is a rigorous economic analysis of the impacts of the DCP on water supply reliability, water quality, and resilience against seismic events. It considers changes in the welfare of urban and agricultural water consumers. It considers the impacts of the project on residents of the Delta and quantifies negative impacts from air quality changes, water quality changes, increased traffic during the construction period, and other unmitigated environmental impacts. Is that your language?
It is, yes.
I want to focus on that and other unmitigated environmental impacts. We just saw from the prior questions of Ms. Ralston that some of those impacts are listed, at least in the analysis that you did. But there's also boundary, you used the boundary conditions. There's a geographical boundary condition. What is the geographical boundary condition of your analysis?
Well, it's a statewide analysis. In the first instance, we'd be looking at impacts that are experienced by households, urban and agricultural households, households that are consuming water from the State Water Project in the state of California.
Is it fair to say that those are primarily inland, ag, and urban impacts?
They are. Certainly the benefits side of the ledger is dominated by the water supply benefits. And those are going to be just as you described in your your question. They're going to be certainly some coastal areas, but it's going to be areas that are served by the State Water Project, so primarily inland areas.
I'm adjusting my picture here a little bit. Okay. Would that have been limited to inland areas? For instance, are you looking at impacts out in the Delta estuary? Are you looking at impacts on the coast? Are you looking at impacts outside the Golden Gate Bridge, or only impacts in the Delta area immediately?
Oh, no, if there were fisheries impacts, say that resulted from fishing activity offshore, but those people happen to live in California, if those impacts existed, they would be included in an analysis like this.
Did you in fact include any of those impacts? Did you include potential impacts on salmon abundance, for instance?
No, because my understanding was that the EIR concluded that fisheries impacts were in fact mitigated. So then they would fall outside the bounds of the benefit cost analysis.
So it's fair to say that that wasn't included in your analysis.
Objection.
Yes.
State's testimony.
I think that's fair. You can try your question again a different way, Mr. Spain, but I think Dr. Sunding had a more nuanced response than you just reflected.
Is it, as you just noted, you didn't include those in those salmon impacts in your analysis? Is that correct?
Yes, because again, the boundary or the starting point for my economic analysis was the information contained in the EIR. I didn't do a separate environmental assessment. like the people who wrote the EIR would have done. So I took that as a starting point. And my understanding when we began our analysis is that the EIR concluded that fisheries impacts were in fact fully mitigated. So for that reason, I didn't monetize them in the benefit cost analysis.
So is it correct to say that you didn't look at impacts on the fisheries, the salmon fisheries, for that reason?
Objection. This state's testimony, I believe, asked and answered.
I think we've been over this. So, Mr. Spain, I mean, what we're getting, you're making your point, which is Dr. Sunding relied upon the EIR, which reflected that all impacts apparently to fisheries had been mitigated as he understood it. And so therefore that was not an element of his analysis. And you are, I think in your questions, assuming that there are you referring to the impacts that let me try again. If Dr. Sunding is testifying based on the EIR, which came to the conclusion that the impacts were fully mitigated, when you ask a question assuming impacts, we're at a little bit of an impasse. So I suppose you could say it as a hypothetical. I'm not sure how you want to phrase it here.
Dr. Sunding, for the reasons you outlined, you did not consider economic impacts or potential economic impacts on California salmon ocean fisheries, correct?
That's correct, because my understanding is that the EIR concluded those impacts of the DCP were fully mitigated.
And you have no professional training or experience as a salmon fisheries manager, correct?
But no,
Objection relevance, because this witness has already said he relied on the FEIR.
Overruled. I think Dr. Sunding was just going to, it may be obvious, but Dr. Sunding, please.
No, I'm an economist. I'm not a fisheries biologist. And, for that reason, relied on information that was produced by environmental experts in the EIR, as is common in environmental analysis that's multidisciplinary.
So you have no professional training or experience specifically in the field of fisheries economics, is that correct?
No, that's not correct. I have conducted analysis of the impact of various policies on fisheries. That's part of what I do as a natural resource economist. I've taught fisheries economics, written on natural resource topics that are relevant to the economics of fisheries. So that part I don't agree with.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Ms. Meserve, I'm flipping back, but I believe, Ms. Meserve, you are next on my list, which may or may not be entirely complete. But I will look to you, Ms. Meserve. Do you have questions for Dr. Sunding?
Yes, I do. Thanks. I'll just warn you, I was getting some notices on my computer that I had an unstable internet connection, so I hope that is finished with. But
great. You seem very stable in your connection right now, as far as I can tell. But thank you.
So hopefully that was temporary. And yeah, I'm not entirely sure if there's not anyone else out there that wants to ask questions of Dr. Sunding, but we'll get to my questions and then see if there are any more takers. Good afternoon, Dr. Sunding.
Good afternoon.
I represent the 5 Delta counties that sponsored Dr. Michael's testimony and have some follow-up questions. I'm trying to reduce some of the questions I had were already asked, so I'll try not to re-ask them, but we're working in real time here. One question I had about your background exhibit 1304. You do list several appearances for testimony, and it doesn't necessarily say who you appeared for. And I was wondering if you have ever appeared for an environmental group. And by that, I mean a group that is specifically attempting to enforce or advance an environmental interest.
Oh, I'm sure I have in regulatory testimony or litigation testimony. I'm very sure I have. Certainly testified many times on behalf of state environmental agencies.
Okay, but sitting here today, you can't give me a specific example of like testimony at a court hearing, like these that are listed in DWR 1304.
Oh, sure I could. As I write in my rebuttal testimony when I was introducing my credentials, I just last summer testified on behalf of the state of New Jersey and its environmental agencies in a very large case against DuPont and its spin-off entities related to PFAS, so-called forever chemicals.
Certainly,
That
Mr.
case
Dr.
actually
Sunday, I'm just going to stop you there because I asked actually regarding an environmental group, like a nonprofit environmental group. And it's okay if you don't know, and I can but that was the question.
I'm sure I have. I have no doubt. I've worked for the Environmental Defense Fund. I've worked for the Natural Resources Defense Council. I've worked for the Nature Conservancy on consulting projects over the years. I have no doubt at some point that resulted in some kind of testimony. If you want to go through my CV, I'm sure I could point you to some examples, but short of that, I don't know where to go with that.
Okay, thanks. Let's see. So I want to follow up a little bit about the paragraph that we were just looking at on page 3 regarding the types of impacts that you considered in your benefit cost analysis. And in particular, your use of the term unmitigated. And then in addition, you just use the term fully mitigated. So I think that it would be helpful to clarify your decision making in terms of what was considered in the benefit cost analysis. So when you think of unmitigated, you relied on the environmental impact report, are you assuming that there is no impact at all, that the impact is zero after the mitigation is applied that is spelled out in the EIR with respect to the impact?
If the impact is unmitigated, no. No, there would be at least a partial impact, is my understanding as a consumer of information that's in the environmental impact report, that there would be some impact remaining after some potential mitigation efforts.
So with respect to the multitude of environmental impacts for which there was a less than significant determination in the EIR, and for which you did not attempt to quantify costs, there is a remaining impact. You just didn't quantify it. Is that fair?
Yeah, I'm not an environmental lawyer. I've never prepared an environmental impact report. I'm using it as an input for an economic analysis, and I really can't go beyond the way I described it in the benefit cost analysis, that I considered the impacts that are unmitigated, and then use standard methods where they were available to put a monetary value to it.
I guess where I'm having a little trouble is the EIR doesn't really use the term unmitigated. It's less than significant or significant and unavoidable.
Objection to the extent the question calls for a legal conclusion.
Noted. I think I'll allow the question, to get to Dr. Sunding's understanding.
So when you say unmitigated, do you mean significant and unavoidable?
Again, I'm not an environmental attorney. I can't get into parsing words about what the meaning of terms in the EIR is. I laid out very clearly the impacts that I considered. there are probably other people who'd be better positioned to answer a question about interpretation of legal terms.
Okay, well, I will represent to you that the term unmitigated does not appear in your report. So that's part of why when you're using it here today, I'm trying to understand what you mean by it. So
if you'd like to pull up the language in the benefit cost analysis, perhaps that would be more precise, more to your liking and might clear up any questions you have. But what I attempted to do there was just be very explicit about the impacts that I included and the ones that I didn't include.
right. So with respect to the fisheries impact that Mr. Spain was mentioning, for instance, even if the mitigation was applied and the EIR concluded that the impact was less than significant, there still may be losses of fish. It's just that your analysis did not attempt to quantify the cost of that. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be correct. Okay. That's my understanding.
Okay. And then similarly for something like if an impact such as recreation had mitigation applied, but and the impact conclusion was less than significant, there still may be an impact remaining. It's just that the conclusion was less than significant, but you did not attempt to quantify that in the benefit cost analysis.
That's correct. That again is my understanding.
However, when it came to the agricultural water salinity impacts, which the EIR concluded were less than significant, you did decide to apply to attempt to quantify the cost of that. Is that right?
That's right. And that's something that we had done in prior analyses that relied on different types or different earlier environmental analyses. So that I continued partly for continuity's sake. And those impacts are relatively small in the big scheme of things.
But so just to be clear, when it was less than significant, you did calculate a cost for at least one impact, just not the remaining impacts. And that with that one impact being the salinity in agricultural water.
Yeah, if you'd like to pull up the benefit cost analysis, maybe we could look at the specific language that I used in there, and that might refresh my recollection about something. But, otherwise I can't add to my previous answer.
Okay. I think for right now, that's good enough. I wanted to follow up. In addition, earlier in response to Ms. Ralston, you said that certain impacts could not be monetized. And I want to follow up on that because is it that they cannot be monetized, or is that you chose not to due to some considerations of perhaps feasibility or other considerations? Is it true that they cannot be monetized?
Well, I think my testimony was that where possible, I used federal agency guidance and standard methods, say for things like air quality impacts or traffic congestion impacts. There are standard methods that economists use to monetize those things. I was not aware of a similar methodology for those few areas that I didn't monetize. Again, the EIR considers them from physical or environmental or cultural points of view. I'm not aware of a methodology that's been used by a federal agency that would monetize those impacts.
But with respect to the methodology you used for the agricultural irrigation water, that wasn't from a federal agency, was it?
It's certainly been used by federal agencies. The exact method that I used has been employed by, for example, Bureau of Reclamation in its own economic analyses. So that is a standard methodology. Looking at something like cultural or tribal resources, it's a fundamentally different kind of problem.
That is within the general sphere of environmental economics, or it's your profession, not mine. But
Yeah.
right, I mean, there's people that specialize in that, correct?
There are. The question is certainly people who study that. Um, uh, not to quibble, but I think it's arguable whether or not that's really within the sphere of environmental economics or not. Looking at tribal resources or cultural resources, certainly valid natural resource questions. Whether or not they're part of environmental economics is another matter. Again, my testimony is I'm just not aware of a methodology and data that we could have brought to bear to monetize that. We were able to for other local impacts. For those that I called out in the report, I just was not able to do that.
Okay, and just to conclude this line of questioning, the fact that they were not monetized does not necessarily mean that the monetary cost was zero. It's just that it was not calculated in your report.
That's correct. The EIR noted that there would be unmitigated impacts for those areas, or not fully mitigated impacts for those areas, or those types of effects. I just could not find data or a standard economic method to put monetary values to it.
Okay.
But I'm
and
not
then-
suggesting those things are zero or have no monetary value.
That's helpful. Thank you. Okay. Ms. Mullen, I think it would be helpful at this point to look at the testimony if we could, which is the DWR 1303, and going to page 4 if we could. And I'm going to direct your attention to lines 3 through 5. If we could. Let's see. Let's see. And what I had a question about was the statement, Dr. Sending, that mentions about the project participants not having made a decision about how the costs will be allocated or financed. Do you see that there?
Yes.
You don't provide a reference for this assertion, so I was wondering what this statement is based on.
Again, I've been working on Bay Delta issues for, gosh, we probably all have at some level, a very long time. Let's just say that. I'm just not aware if there is a DCP cost allocation plan or a DCP financing plan. I'm not aware of it. I certainly don't think it existed at the time that I wrote the benefit cost analysis. So it's just based on having worked in the Delta for quite a while.
And did you believe this to be true as of the date you submitted your testimony in December of 2025?
Yes.
And did you review the funding agreements between DWR and Metropolitan Water District that was referenced in Dr. Michael's testimony?
I've seen it.
Okay. Could we please, Ms. Mullen, go to that reference, which is Solano 16 and slide 4? So just so we can take a look. So this is a citation from Dr. Michael's testimony. And then do you see there on the third bullet point, what does the adherence to proportionate funding?
Yes.
So would that be an example of how costs for the DCP would be allocated?
Well, I think this is specifically with reference to completion of the DCP, the study and permitting process. It's not an agreement about how the costs of constructing the DCP or allocating the water from the DCP are going to be conducted.
Well, we can go to the agreement itself, if that would be helpful,
Sure.
to put it in context. I mean, if let's just following up on your proposition, if it was proportionate funding for the planning, how would that even work?
Objection to the extent this calls for speculation, if Dr. Sunding knows, but I'm not sure a foundation was laid that he is familiar with this exact presentation or exact agreement.
Noted. Dr. Sunding, you can answer if you have a basis to have an opinion.
No, I know that Dr. Michael cited this document. I can only refer to my general understanding based on my experience working in the Delta that there is not, in fact, a formal cost allocation agreement related to DCP construction or O&M costs.
But isn't it true that there is at least a commitment among the DWR and MWD that there would be proportionate implementation funding as is the plan?
Objection,
Like
lack
shown here.
foundation, calls for speculation.
That's fair. Dr. Sunding, I'll allow you to answer it, but only if you have a basis to answer.
No, I can't answer that.
Well, is it your understanding that there would be subsidies among participants and that Metropolitan, for instance, might be interested in subsidizing agricultural water users in Kern County?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I think we need more, Ms. Meserve, if we're going to uphold that one. We go further and further.
Dr. Sunding said he was familiar with the financing agreement between Metropolitan and DWR at the beginning of this line of questioning. But we can go, I did upload the agreement that went with this slideshow, just in case it was helpful,
Okay.
which I marked as Solano 22, and I uploaded it into the Contra Costa County FTP site. I don't know if I should have emailed it. I apologize.
That's okay. I think we can find it. And that was a recent upload. That was today or recently.
And
Oh,
just
yes.
for clarity, he said he was aware of a planning agreement, but not implementation. So I don't think that the witness said that. I think that there is no foundation to ask these questions, and it appears to go outside the scope. The witness has already said he's not aware from his knowledge of any funding allocation. So I'm not sure how else he can answer.
Well, we're going to see. Let's see what happens based on this. Looks like we have the document here. Is this the document you were referring to, Ms. Meserve?
Yes, and I believe
Dr. Sunding has any familiarity with this.
So this is the funding agreement from the same meeting, which was June of 2025, that went with the PowerPoint cited by Dr. Michael. Is this something you're aware of?
Objection to the extent that this is not an agreement. It looks like it's a board report.
Well, there's an agreement that comes right after.
It's attached.
Yeah, I believe it's on page 4.
And I'll just object as, again, lacking foundation. This is a planning and pre-construction activity agreement.
Well, let's see what the agreement
Well, it
actually
sounds like council's aware of it. I mean, look, the witness said that there's no decisions about costs and allocation, and I'm just exploring. I'm trying to test what he said.
Let's, Ms. Mullen, if you would please go to the prior page. Let's try to find the beginning here of the agreement. I think there we go. If you can scroll down, please.
All right, it's a little small.
All right. And if we would keep scrolling. And keep scrolling. Okay. I don't know where you want to start, Ms. Meserve, in terms of grounding us, but I will give the floor back to you to see if we can.
I think it's on the next page where it goes to this allocation, proportional allocation commitment. It's these bullets, whereas.
I'm sorry, Hearing Officer Kinsey, could you please repeat which exhibit this is?
This is a cross-exam exhibit that I just provided.
So it's Solano 22, and we need to move it over to, so I'll look to my team. Have you moved it over to the FTP site?
It is the board item that goes with the PowerPoint that was marked as Solano 16.
And let's just pause for a moment while I confirm we have it moved over so everyone can pull it up.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Yep.
Not terribly more detailed than the PowerPoint Dr. Sending, but you see the third bullet here.
Well, Ms. Meserve, I need to wait for a moment so we can get everyone a copy of this document effectively.
I don't know that we've ever given copies of cross-exam documents to everybody while we're cross-examining in the past.
I believe we have simultaneously. We've paused and pulled up those documents on request.
I never have gotten it, but it's okay.
I'd like to see it as well. I think we have in the past. Thank you for allowing us to orient ourselves with the document.
Agreed. In the past, they've been moved to the FTP site as the hearings proceeded, and council has had the opportunity to just view as necessary.
Yes, so we will do that. And just thank you for your patience. Give us a moment.
Can you confirm if this exhibit was uploaded to County of Solano's upload folder or a different party's?
It went to the Contra Costa folder. I didn't have the FTP credentials handy for the Solano one. It's probably where it belongs ultimately. Those parties jointly presented Dr. Michael's testimony.
Thank you. That'll help us find it. Ms. Mullen found it, but
she's the wizard.
She's a wizard, yes.
And just for clarification, this is marked as a Solano County exhibit, so it will be put into the Solano County folder ultimately, even though it went to the Contra Costa folder.
Yes, let's do that. I'm going to say that would be sensible.
Solano 22 has been added.
To the Solano folder?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you. It is there now. With that, I will look back to you, Ms. Meserve.
So Dr. Sending, this is as we've been discussing, this is the agreement that was the subject of this same meeting that was the subject of Solano 16 PowerPoint, which was cited by Dr. Michael. If you look at that third bullet, does it not refer to proportionate implementation funding consistent with beneficiary pays and no subsidies?
Well, yes, but you just left out a couple of important words, which relates to the very first answer I gave you in this line of questioning. This is about planning and implementation funding. This isn't necessarily about construction costs or operation and maintenance costs. Right. This is about preliminary funding to get through the planning and permitting process.
What does implementation mean to you?
I can't interpret that word. My understanding is this agreement is about planning funding. And if you go back up further in the document, I think that's pretty clear.
So is it your position that there are no agreements, even in principle, that there would not be proportionate implementation funding for this, for the DCP as between?
No. I'll just repeat what I said earlier. I am not aware of a cost allocation plan that's been adopted by the State Water Project recipients.
Are you aware of any plans to subsidize among the participants in the project if it should go forward?
Objection. This is outside the scope of rebuttal. Also, this letter, as noted, is I believe is from 2024 of December, which would have been after the cost allocation, and the witness has already answered his understanding of where the process is.
I'll allow the clarification on the question because I think it does relate to Dr. Sunding's statement in the rebuttal testimony, but I'm not sure we're getting anywhere, Ms. Meserve. So we'll see if we get, I think we've heard from Dr. Sunding on his understanding, but Dr. Sunding, do you need the question again?
I would like it, yes, please.
Please.
Are you aware of any plans to have participants in the DCP subsidize each other instead of proportionate funding?
Can you clarify for me what you mean by plan? Do you mean something that's been agreed to by the State Water Project participants? Do you mean an idea that someone had at some point? I really don't understand what you're driving at. I'm sorry.
Sure. Well, I'm trying to explore your statement that it's I believe you're trying to get to the point that it might be too early to look at agreements and allocation concerns. And I'm pointing to what I believe is evidence that there already has been a commitment to allocate proportionately for implementation, at least, an intent to do that. And that was the basis of this agreement for the funding that Metropolitan put forth. So my question was just if you're aware of some other approach that would not be proportional implementation funding.
I'm not aware of any firm commitments that have been made by the State Water Project participants to allocate the costs of the DCP, construction and operations costs. This is about planning costs, this document that's up in front of us now. And I just don't know what more I can add than that.
So is it your testimony that you think it's possible that the participating agencies may agree, or that Metropolitan, let's just stick with Metropolitan since this is a Metropolitan contract right here, might choose to subsidize other participating agencies?
Objection. Calls for speculation. This witness cannot speculate on what Metropolitan's board may or may not do.
I think that's fair, Ms. Meserve. I think you've exhausted this line of questioning.
Okay. Could we just scroll down long enough to be able to see that this is a contract that was entered? If we scroll,
Objection. It appears to mischaracterize the document on page 6. It looks like a letter that was signed, but not an agreement or contract as described by Ms. Meserve.
And we have referenced it in the record. It is now in the administrative record. I assume Solano County will be offering it into the evidentiary record, and we will look at it accordingly. So I think we need not scroll. Unless you have questions about that, but that I just said I think this line is done. So let's move on.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
We can take this down. Okay. I didn't expect it to go on so long. Okay, so your benefit cost analysis quantified the benefits to agricultural participants based on their receiving. Do you remember about how much of the DCP water supply they were receiving, Dr. Sundig?
I don't. It's written down in the benefit cost analysis, but I don't have that by memory.
If they received 148.5 thousand acre feet out of the total 403,000 acre feet total, then my math is that would be around 36 or 37%. Does that sound right?
That sounds correct. That's about what I recall.
And were the benefits to the agricultural participants higher or lower than their 36% share of the costs under if the costs were proportionately allocated?
You might need to rephrase that. I'm not sure I understood your question. If by that you mean do agricultural users have a proportionate share of the total benefits? If that's what you mean?
If they paid a proportionate share of the costs, would they have a proportionate share of the benefits? Yes.
Well, so that rests on a hypothetical. I'll note, first of all, you're assuming that agricultural users pay a proportionate share of the cost, and that's not a part of my analysis. But if you look at the tables that are in the benefit cost analysis, I think you can conclude relatively easily that agricultural users have somewhat lower than whatever the number was, 36% of the total benefits.
And their benefit cost ratio is about 0.39, right?
No, the analysis did not calculate benefit cost ratios for individual groups because that would require an assumption about how the costs are to be allocated. And as we've been describing, my testimony is that that's premature, that there's not. You can speculate about how the costs might be allocated, but my testimony is we in fact don't know yet how they're going to be allocated. So my cost benefit analysis works at an aggregate level, adds up the benefits across all groups, costs across all groups, and then compares one to the other. That's typical in a benefit cost analysis.
And under the hypothetical that the ag's SWP participants had to pay their proportionate cost, do you think there would be a risk that they might drop out of the project?
Objection, calls for speculation.
This is way beyond what's in the benefit cost analysis for the reason, again, that my understanding is there has not been a cost allocation decision made with respect to the DCP construction and O&M costs. So my analysis proceeded on an aggregate basis, which is normal in a benefit cost analysis. Cost allocation and financing typically comes downstream of a benefit cost analysis.
So the allocation plan, I mean, I showed you an agreement that did discuss allocation, but a future firm allocation plan with an approved project, that would be useful, and then you could reconsider your benefit cost analysis at that time and come to some further conclusions. Is that correct?
Objection, outside the scope of the rebuttal.
I'm interested in the answer. So Dr. Sunding, please.
If there is at some point, and there would have to be if the DCP proceeds, if there is a cost allocation or when there is a cost allocation agreement that's made among the state and the DCP participants, then really at that point, I think it would largely be up to individual agencies to take it from there and make an assessment about here's the costs that have been allocated to us. over some period of time, and then how does that compare to the benefits for our individual agency? What I've done is, in my view, appropriate for this stage in the process, and it's typical of what's done in a benefit cost analysis. You look at benefits across all groups, aggregate costs, compare one to the other. I've concluded there's a potential for a societal improvement. Allocation and financing decisions are downstream typically, and my testimony is that that's the case for the DCP at this point in time.
And then, but just to clarify, this on the first grouping of questions I had with respect to the costs on the communities in the Delta, you were not able to or did not attempt to calculate all those costs, but according, to the discussion we had earlier.
Objection vague and ambiguous as to which categories of costs.
I think we went over that in detail.
Dr. Sunding, do you have the information you need to respond to the question?
Let me answer it this way, and you see if it's what you're looking for. With respect to the impacts in the Delta region from construction and then operation of the DCP, there were certain categories of impacts like traffic congestion and air quality and noise, where I was able to monetize what those are worth. Using standard methodologies, in my view, they're standard. Most of them came from federal agencies. And there was data available for a few categories of impacts, which I listed out in the benefit cost analysis. My testimony is that there weren't methods available that had the same degree of reliability. So those I simply noted in the analysis.
Many of the questions about the urban demand growth were answered, so I'll try to narrow these down. Let's see. Just thinking about the scenario D, high growth scenario that Metropolitan used and that you relied on. There were the 4 scenarios that were used in the Metropolitan's planning document, correct?
There are, yes, scenarios A through D.
And apologize if someone already asked this, but would it be typical to try to capture uncertainty by running more than one scenario so that you could have the information coming from those different growth scenarios, like for instance, A and C in this example?
It can be, as a general matter. That's one way that analysts like me deal with questions of uncertainty. And one of the reasons that I did a sensitivity analysis with respect to future climate conditions and impacts on water supplies. In the case of scenario D, that is somewhat different in the sense that Metropolitan's board has adopted a policy that scenario D should be used for evaluating water infrastructure investments. That's something that I incorporated into my analysis, and that's the scenario I used.
So is it because of that decision by Met that you changed your approach from what you had, for instance, in the water fix benefit cost analysis, where you had relied on the urban water management plan projections instead?
Objection to the extent that it's irrelevant as it deals with water fix and outside the scope of his testimony.
Ms. Meserve, what part of Dr. Sunding's rebuttal are we talking about?
We're talking about his choice to use scenario D, his defense of scenario D as against the critiques that Dr. Michael had levied in his testimony.
Noted. I'll allow the question, please, Dr. Sunding.
So I'll have to refresh my recollection about the water fix economic analysis, which was done, gosh, I mean, that has to be 5 or 6 years ago. But my understanding is for the water fix economic analysis, we also used Metropolitan's water demand forecasts as the basis for the benefit cost analysis that was done at that time. For other agencies, we used urban water management plans. So I don't recall that being a difference. In the latest version of the benefit cost analysis, as I testified to earlier, for most agencies, we use their urban water management plans. Metropolitan has a somewhat different planning apparatus that they use in their integrated resource plan. So that's what I used in the benefit cost analysis.
Let's see. And I was a little bit surprised, and I'll take your word for it, but you hadn't heard about these urban water management plan, the study by Capone et al. That talked about the plans overstating water supply demand by 25%.
No, I don't think I've seen that. I don't think I've seen that paper.
Okay. And
I don't know who's a Capone. I don't know who Capone is. I don't know if that paper was published. I don't know if it was peer reviewed. I don't know anything about it.
I have it as an exhibit, but since you're not familiar with it, I won't trouble you with it. It was reported in the news as well. But let's see. So let's see. On could we go back to the testimony again, Ms. Mullen, if you would? So that's going to be DWR 1303 and on page 6. And I was looking at paragraph 12. There you point out that I'm just going to call it SCAG forecasts are higher than the Department of Finance. On lines 6 through 13 there. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes, I see that.
You don't mention there that the scenario D population growth projection, what it is over 25 years for comparison. Do you know how much scenario D grows over 25 years?
I'm sure I didn't put it down in the rebuttal testimony. I'm sure I've looked at that at some point.
You're not sure how much more it is than the SCAG projection?
No, I didn't put it down here.
Okay. And if
the point here that I'm making in paragraph 12 is simply to note that there's a very significant difference in the growth forecast between SCAG, which is the Metropolitan Planning Organization for the Greater LA area, and the Department of Finance projections.
Isn't the SCAG forecast more similar to the scenario C growth projections though?
I don't know, sitting here. So scenario C and, well, no, I shouldn't say that. I don't know sitting here.
Do you, the scenario D forecasts that you did use, it begins in 2020 and ends in 2045, so it's now 2026, so we do have 5 years of population growth. Do you know that how much the MWD service area population has grown in comparison to what the scenario D predicted of 1.12 million people in those 5 years?
Section relevance.
I'll allow it overruled.
Yeah, I certainly couldn't have known at the time I wrote the benefit cost analysis. Didn't have the benefit of hindsight at that point. And let's remember here that the scenario D, the technical memoranda that underlie it, all of that is analysis that was done by Metropolitan. That's outside the bounds of my benefit cost analysis. So again, I keep talking about what's the boundary of what I did. For all of the urban water agencies that I include in the benefit cost analysis, we just weren't in a position where we could be forecasting demand for every urban water agency that gets state water project deliveries. So I've been very clear about the fact that we took those growth assumptions, the demand growth assumptions, from the urban agencies' planning documents themselves. So these questions are really better addressed to people at Metropolitan or the people who work for Metropolitan.
So speaking of the water demand, we also have data about water demand through 2025 now. Do you know which of the 4 scenarios is closest to MWD's actual water demand for 2020 to 25 in the first 5 years of this forecast?
Again, 2025 was after the time when I conducted the benefit cost analysis. I couldn't possibly have known that at the time the analysis was conducted.
If you were to find that the water demand did not grow nearly as much as scenario D predicted or assumed it would that cause you to want to go back and recalculate your benefit costs for this project?
Again, demand forecasts, I'll say it again, demand forecasts for any particular urban agency were taken from relevant planning documents that were produced by that urban water agency. Doing water demand forecasts for individual agencies was outside the bounds of the benefit cost analysis. We couldn't possibly have done that in the time that we had available. So I don't know how many more times I need to keep saying that. Questions about scenario D and how it compares to how demand grew in the years after the benefit cost analysis was completed is really better directed to Metropolitan.
I think the concern is that, I mean, if the real life doesn't track what the assumptions in the BCA are, then the benefits that you found, they would not be as much as what you reported. Isn't that right?
Argumentative, cause for speculation.
I think maybe what you want to do, Ms. Meserve, is present a hypothetical.
That's what I was trying to do. Maybe I did it poorly. I mean, shall I rephrase?
Please try it. Yes, please.
Okay. Dr. Sending, the reason I'm asking is if hypothetically the growth of people and the growth of demand did not in fact increase as assumed in scenario D and in your analysis, then the benefits would not be what you reported, right?
Incomplete hypothetical fails to establish a time frame in which would impact his analysis. 5 years, 20 years?
Let's go with 5.
So I just want to make sure I understand your question. You're asking me about things that occurred up to 2025. If that didn't track a forecast that goes out to 2045, would that cause me as an analyst to question the forecast? Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking you about the reliability of the forecast if there's indicia now that the inputs to the forecast, in this example, population and water demand, were way overstated.
It's hard to make too much of an inference about a multi-decade water demand forecast from what happens in the first couple of years of the forecast period. right? What we call signal to noise ratio would not be favorable about that. Of course, one always wants to take in the information available and think about what it means, but just because things haven't evolved the way it was expected in the first couple of years of the forecast period, that doesn't mean the multi-decade forecast is wrong. There's just not enough information to come to that conclusion.
If we could go, I believe it's to page, that's off of page 7. The next question has to do with this the reference here to Southern California accounting for 6.55% of US growth. And my question is just, this refers to that being the case in the 1990s, and I'm wondering if you have any reason to believe that that is still the same as the 1990s, sitting here today, 36 years later, or 30 years later, at least.
So again, what I'm doing here is reporting the conclusions or the methodology that was used by the consultant for Metropolitan who developed the demographic forecast that then fed into scenario D. This is not analysis that I did. This is explaining the approach that Metropolitan's consultants took as a way of presenting information about what the basis of scenario D is.
And do you have standards for?
And I don't, and I'm sorry, just to finish my answer, and I'm sorry for the delay. But if you look at the technical memorandum, I don't think it's saying exactly what your question just implied. It doesn't say because Southern California's share of national growth in the 1990s was 6.55%. Therefore, we're going to assume that that's what it's going to be going forward. I don't think that's how the technical memo reads. I think that's simply a factual statement that Southern California's share of total US growth was about 6.55% in the early 1990s.
Isn't it true that it's a smaller percent today?
I'd have to look at the data. I don't recall. Again, what I'm doing here is reporting the work that was done by the consultant for Metropolitan that was then taken as a basis for scenario D. So this is, again, outside the boundary of my benefit cost analysis.
Don't you, as a professional, have standards for the credibility or accuracy of data that you rely on?
Objection, argumentative.
Well,
To the extent you can, well, try again, please, Ms. Meserve.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to be offensive. I'm just asking, like, you're saying that these people gave you this and you used it, and I'm wondering, don't you have an independent duty to look at the quality of the data?
No, I think I've described the reasons that I selected this. Selected the scenario D as being the one that I would use to represent impacts in Metropolitan. It's the policy of the board. I took a look at the technical memoranda that underlies or describes the population and economic activity forecasts, developed an understanding of the methodology, talked to water resource planners about Metropolitan, about how scenario D all came together. So developed an understanding of the process, and I used it as part of my set of assumptions for the benefit cost analysis.
Looking down that same, sorry, on page 9, I think, let's see. Yes, on page 9, paragraph 18, you mention about benefit cost analysis accounting for risk. You see where that is?
I do.
in thinking about accounting for risk, doesn't the analysis you performed rely on just one version of the anticipated climate change scenario that was provided to you by DWR?
I'm not sure I understand your question. If by that you mean, did I use a particular set of calcium 3 runs to get the water supply changes, given certain climate assumptions as a base scenario? Yes, that's true. But I also performed a sensitivity analysis where I looked at multiple other future climate scenarios.
Wasn't it just the future climate scenario included in the EIR that you assumed would occur and was the basis of the BCA outcome?
No, well, I had one, what I'll call a kind of base case scenario, which used 2070 climate conditions and 1.8 feet of sea level rise. And then I looked at water supply results with and without the DCP. So that was kind of my base case. But then I did, in another section of the benefit cost analysis, I described the results of a sensitivity analysis where I looked at a whole range of other future climate scenarios, some worse than my base case, some less significant than my base case, and recalculated the benefit cost ratio under each of those.
And similarly to that approach that you did with the climate change scenarios, did you look at the possibility of increased regulation of endangered species in the future at the proposed new intakes that could reduce the ability to divert water in those locations?
No, I don't believe so.
Is it hypothetically possible that operations at those proposed North Delta intakes could be required to change due to changes in permit requirements related to protection of endangered species such as listed salmonids?
Calls for speculation outside the scope.
If you have an opinion, Dr. Sunding.
No, I don't have an opinion about that.
Are you aware that South Delta operations have been required to change because of changes in permit requirements due to, for instance, salmonids, listed salmonids?
You mean in the past?
Yes.
Sure, yes.
So just to be clear, the risk of that happening at the new proposed diversions was not accounted for in your BCA.
Asked and answered.
Please clarify.
Yeah, no, that's correct.
Okay. Let's see. So if we could please go, Ms. Mullen, to paragraph 21. This came up in your testimony, I think in your summary of testimony. You refer to use of water market prices to calculate incremental water supplies by Dr. Michael.
Yes.
Okay. And let's see. I was wondering, if we could I couldn't locate where in Solana 1 you were referring to for the proposition that water market prices were used to calculate the value of incremental water supplies. If I was to show you Solana 1, could you show me where Dr. Michael did that?
Sure.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, could we go to Solana 1 at page 11, please?
Well, Ms. Mullen, you're very fast. I wanted to jump in and ask about how much longer you had, Ms. Meserve. Our next witness has been waiting, and by our calculation on time, I believe you only have about 10 minutes left out of your 115 estimate.
Good points, Ms. Carroll.
Well, I think we're asking how much longer do you have, Ms. Meserve?
Yeah, no, I'm looking at my notes.
Fair.
Yeah, I think I can finish in about in 10 minutes. Yeah, this was kind of the end of my questions. So
And then
if we need a break, we could take one, or I can finish up.
I'd be inclined to take a break after Ms. Meserve, but Mr. Moore, are you going to have a few questions? Is that what I understand from the hand? Now you've left my view due to no fault of your own.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yes, I was raising my hand because I will also have questions after Ms. Meserve is done.
And do you have an estimate on how long?
I'll try to keep it to 20 minutes. I don't know the exact amount. It's possible it will go longer depending on the response.
And I think in there we take a 10-minute break, so it sounds like it'll be at least 40 minutes, Ms. Carroll, before we get to Dr. Hatch.
And just for the record, it will take us a few minutes to get Dr. Hatch set up since he is here physically with us today.
Okay.
So to account for that and the time.
Noted. Thank you. With that, back to you, Ms. Meserve.
Thank you. Okay. So you've cited on paragraph 21, Dr. Sunding, you cite to Solana 1, page 11, 17 through 18, and then 25 and on to the next page. So where is it that Dr. Michael uses market values to calculate his benefit cost analysis for this project?
Here, this in what was the citation again? The line range?
You cited to 17, 18, and then 25, and onto the next page, line 2.
Yeah, I might have line 17. 9 out of 10 Yeah, I might have cited the wrong line numbers. But my understanding of what Dr. Michaels is doing here is he's looking at water values, alternative water values for doing his sort of shadow benefit cost analysis.
So is it your understanding that he used market values for the actual benefit cost analysis and not just as example costs of willingness to pay on the market?
Again, I'm not exactly sure what he's doing. His written testimony reads one way, his oral testimony I found very confusing, which I said in my direct testimony. We could go through his report and look at other sections, and I think it'd be more clear what he's doing, more clear than what you see in paragraph 22.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, if the line of questioning is going to continue on the Michael testimony, would it be prudent to take the break now so that Dr. Sunding could review and then we could come back?
We could do that. Ms. Meserve, are we continuing on this?
It may be appropriate for rebuttal, but I mostly was just trying to figure out what you were citing, Dr. Sunding. So sounds like we're not sure.
These are probably not the best lines to cite. If you want me to take a look at his testimony and point you to the sections of his report that I was referring to when I talk about water values, then we could certainly do that.
Okay. So just to see if we could get through this, isn't it true that Dr. Michael conservatively used the $1,000 per acre foot value just the same as you used in his analysis?
I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. I think I'll leave it to written rebuttal. Would probably be less painful for everyone. Let's see. And then I had questions about page 12. You cite to the blueprint economic impact analysis, which is in footnote 27.
So I'm sorry, are we back to my rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, so we're off of Solano 1.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, so I just had a couple questions about this blueprint reference. So you cite this blueprint report from 2020 to support your contention that low-income households in the Southern Central Valley would be impacted by water supply reductions.
Yes.
In the future from what you call unmitigated effects of climate change on the SWP. And I wondered whether the blueprint report from 2020 that you cite, which is DWR 1333, does it actually analyze SWP delivery areas specifically, or connect to the statement that you made there?
So the blueprint study goes beyond just the State Water Project. It looks at surface deliveries in the Central Valley and groundwater extraction in the Central Valley. So the main part of the analysis is looking at the effects of sigma and changes in surface water deliveries. But then it's tracing out using this CalEnviro screen environmental justice planning tool, what might be the impacts of changes in surface and groundwater availability on disadvantaged communities in the San Joaquin Valley.
So
it's beyond just the State Water Project. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay. Yeah, so it doesn't include is it fair to say it doesn't include information specific to SWP deliveries to low-income households?
SWP deliveries are included, but it's more general than that. I think that's fair.
Okay. And
the point is to tie together, what I took from it analytically was tying together agricultural water use, whether it's surface or groundwater, federal or state, and socioeconomic impacts of that. And the conclusion that I came to is that in the Southern San Joaquin Valley, where there's a large proportion of all the disadvantaged households in the state, that those communities are disproportionately reliant on farm employment.
And then in terms of the blueprint report again, are you aware of whether the conditions that were assumed to occur in the blueprint report have actually occurred?
Do you mean the water supply conditions?
Right, like for instance, implementation of the restoration plan on San Joaquin River, remand of the 2019 biops and a return to the 2009 biops. There's a list of things in there, so I'm just wondering if those things have occurred.
Well, there is, yeah, and some of them I'm aware, like Sigma, for example, is in the process of being implemented. That's long-term process that's continuing. Some of the others, no, I haven't gone back and checked on the status since I wrote the report.
Mm-hmm.
But again, the core of the report is about demonstrating or kind of investigating this linkage between surface and groundwater availability in the San Joaquin Valley and employment, and then impacts on disadvantaged communities. That was an important part of the analysis.
And it's not focused on water supply reductions caused by unmitigated effects of climate change on the SWP, is it?
No, I consider reductions in both surface and groundwater for a number of different reasons in that report. But the economic linkage between agricultural water use, farm employment, and income available to disadvantaged households, that linkage is still valid.
The Sigma implementation, do you consider that to be a climate change impact?
No, I never said it was. It's a policy that impacts water availability. And then what we did in the last part of the blueprint report was trace through the effects of that onto disadvantaged communities in the southern part of the San Joaquin Valley in particular.
And have you considered the ability of residents in the southern San Joaquin Valley to pay for the DCP if they are served by a district that's within the SWP?
No, that's outside the bounds of a benefit cost analysis.
Then the only other question I had was just, there are several footnotes within your report, Dr. Sundig, that they aren't exhibits. I know footnote 10, 17, 22, 24. And I wonder why those weren't provided as exhibits. And I guess I'm seeing 27 looks like, well, that might be a program, so maybe it can't be an exhibit, but is there a reason why you did not include reports that are cited in footnotes, but not included as
Right.
exhibit?
Well, we'd have to go through each one. I mean, footnote 27, for example, you described it as a program. It's a planning tool that's produced by OEHA. So that I don't know how that would be produced, but it's something that's publicly available.
Yes, I just want to, and maybe it could be done in an objection later, but I want to lodge an early objection to a possible motion to strike statements that rely on material that is cited but not provided for the hearing record.
Well, I'm going to object if you don't go and ask each one why it's not there, because there may be a reason, like it's a tool. So it seems like if you have concerns and you identify them, if there's something that we can produce, we're happy to produce them.
Okay. Do you want me to just send an email to you rather than take the time to go through it now? I mean, I think you can tell which footnotes don't have a DWR exhibit affiliated with them. I understand the planning tool one, but there's several others that are not planning tools. I don't think.
You also listed footnote 10, and that does have a citation. So yeah, perhaps it would be the best use of time to provide a
Okay.
list, then we can let you know where you can access it, or if it's a book or something that's not available that we can't produce.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Sundig.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. I do think it's time for a break. I know we may need to take a second break shortly, but let's go ahead and take 10 minutes and we will pick up with Mr. Moore at 3:25. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. He's arguing. Just in pain.
All right, welcome back. I apologize for that delay. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And I see we have Mr. Moore and Dr. Sunding, and I want to make sure we have a representative from DWR. There's Ms. Morris. All right, thank you very much. And Ms. Carroll. With that, Mr. Moore, if you have questions for Dr. Sunding.
Thank you. And can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. I'm Roger Moore, representing the California Water Impact Network. Dr. Sunding, it's very good to have you with us this time.
Thank you.
I want to begin by going to your principal testimony document at DWR 1303. So could we have that brought up, please? And let's go to the bottom sentence on page 2 of this document, please, which is at the end of paragraph 5. Dr. Sunding, I see in this sentence at the end of the page that you say, I am familiar with the Delta Conveyance project and was the lead author of DWR-00114. Do I remember correctly that you did not previously testify as to that DWR exhibit in DWR's case in chief phase in this proceeding?
You're asking, this is the first time I've testified before this body on DCP.
Thank you. That's what I thought, but sometimes my memory isn't so great, so I just wanted to make sure. Did DWR request that you testify as to DWR 114 prior to this time?
Objection relevance?
I'll allow it. Well, I'm sorry, prior to, do you mean prior to rebuttal, Mr. Moore?
Prior to today, yes.
Yes, okay, please, Dr. Sunding.
You're asking, did DWR ask me to testify prior to today?
Yes.
No.
Not about the rebuttal testimony today, but about whether you would testify as to DWR 114 in their case in chief phase.
I can only answer this way. This is the first time that DWR has asked me to testify.
Okay, thank you.
In these proceedings.
Now, and as I understand it, the cost benefit analysis that you reference in the testimony we're talking about today is that provided in DWR 114, correct?
It is, that's right.
And is my memory correct on that that benefit cost analysis provides a principal estimate of just over $20 billion for construction costs and related expenditures in, I think, 2023 dollars. Is that accurate?
Yes, I'd have to look at the report to refresh my recollection about the exact number. But I presented results both in discounted and undiscounted terms. So we need to be careful about which frame of reference we're taking.
Yes, I appreciate that's an important distinction. As far as the origin of that report, do I also remember correctly that you reference that the cost estimate I mentioned, but that it was not prepared by you. Do I remember right that it came from the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority?
You do remember correctly. That's right. So we didn't prepare the cost estimates. My team and I didn't prepare them. We got those from other sources that I cite in the report.
And do you happen to know who comprises the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority?
I've certainly interacted with a few people there, but I don't know the names of everyone who was on the team that produced those estimates.
There are some background documents that I am wondering if you happen to have reviewed in the work that you did in preparing DWR 114. Uh, and it's really just a yes or no. If you can recall if you did review these. Uh, um, First, did you review the three bond resolutions on the Delta program that DWR approved in August 2020?
Objection, relevance.
What is the relevance, Mr. Moore?
Well, I think as the prior discussion today has indicated, there's significant interest in the subject of the interplay between financing costs and other costs. And I'd like a little leeway to ascertain what background work the witness may have done on sources that at least arguably could inform that. I'm not going to belabor this. I'm simply trying to find out if Dr. Sunding did review these documents.
And I'll just object to scope then, because Dr. Sunding already said he didn't talk about a financing plan, and that seems to be the purpose of Mr. Moore's question about the bond resolutions.
I'm not sure what the pushback is for here. It's a really simple yes or no question about whether the witness reviewed these documents, which certainly have a lot of financial information related to Delta conveyance issues, or not. If he didn't, that's fine.
Noted,
And we move
Mr.
on.
Moore, I'm going to allow the question for purposes of informing, exploring whether Dr. Sunding reviewed certain documents in preparing this testimony, even if he may not have referred to them in the testimony. So please, Mr. Moore, I think we may need to ask the question again.
In preparing in doing your work in preparation of DWR 114, did you happen to review the 3 August 2020 bond resolutions I mentioned from DWR on the what it referred to as the Delta program?
No, I don't recall reviewing that.
And then one very similar question in preparing the rebuttal testimony, DWR 1303 that we are talking about today, did you happen to review the January 6th, 2025 Delta Conveyance Program revenue bond resolution from DWR?
I'd give you the same answer. And that wouldn't have been available, of course, when I prepared the benefit cost analysis, but that did predate the rebuttal testimony.
So separately from review of that document or not, I'm going to mention something that I saw in that document, and I'm wondering if you're aware of DWR confirming it. Are you aware that DWR confirmed that the 20.1 billion figure referenced in DWR 114 did not include capitalized interest.
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to document. And if it is the bond resolution that was just referred to, the witness has already said they have not reviewed that document.
I think there is a problem here, Mr. Moore. I don't know if you want to attempt to bring the document up, if you have it, but if Dr. Sunding isn't familiar with it, and we just have your testimony
CWIN
what it says.
Exhibit 201. Okay,
sorry, what was that?
if we could go to CWIN Exhibit 201.
Thank you.
And can we scroll down a little bit so the title is visible? So can you see that this is a complaint for validation brought by the Department of Water Resources?
That's what it looks to be, yes.
Okay. And then let's go to PDF page, I think it's 23. And can you see from the title that this is a Department of Water Resources Delta Conveyance Program Revenue Bond General Resolution adopted as of January 6th, 2025?
I do see that.
Okay. And then let's please go to PDF page 30 of this document. And let's go to, if we can go down a little bit more on the page, there's a whereas paragraph that's number 20. And and Dr. Sunding, can you see that in the last line of that paragraph 20, there is a reference to cost of a cost estimate for the Delta Conveyance Program that refers to an approximate figure of 20.12 billion in non-discounted 2023 dollars?
I do see that.
Okay. And then going to the two lines before that, can you see that this figure, according to this paragraph, does not include amounts that cannot be ascertained until such time as bonds are issued, such as capitalized interest, cost of issuance, bond reserves, and reimbursable contributions from public water agencies?
Objection, lacks foundation. The witness has said he's not familiar with this document. Also, it's outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony, as the witness is testifying that the cost-benefit analysis does not consider these items like financing costs.
Well, I want to see where this is going. I think your question, Mr. Moore, was simply to Dr. Sunding, do you see that? So let's start from
that's
there.
all it was.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I can read it. I see what it says.
Okay, and thank you. And that's all I have on this document. So I'm certainly ready to move on. But Dr. Sunding, I want to ask a more basic question. You know, I get what you're saying about information that you're saying you just don't have, and therefore or isn't available yet to you, and therefore you can analyze. But I'm wondering about your general understanding of what the plan is to pay for the cost of the Delta Conveyance project. Like, say that it does turn out to be something like the estimated figure that we talked about, a little over $20 billion. Is that going to be, say, a state budget item or something else?
Objection, calls for a legal conclusion. Relevance, outside the scope of this witness's testimony.
I am specifically not asking for a legal answer to that. I'm simply wondering whether this economist is familiar with the basic plan for that DWR has in mind for paying the costs.
And what is help me with the relationship to the cost benefit analysis, Mr. Moore?
It has to do with
testimony?
questions I will get into, principally having to do with I think it comes up most in paragraph 7 and 8 of the rebuttal testimony, talking about the relevance or not of a finance plan and cost allocation to cost benefit analysis.
All right. To the extent you have an opinion, Dr. Sunding, and knowledge, please.
I think all I can do here is repeat what I've testified to several times before. I did make an assumption one way or another about how the costs of constructing and operating the DCP will be allocated among state water project agencies or the state. As far as I'm aware, those decisions haven't been made yet. In any case, questions of financing in particular are normally outside the bounds of a benefit cost analysis for the reasons I described in my direct testimony.
Are you aware of statements by DWR that their expectation is that this is not going to be a state budget debt, but rather costs for the conveyance facility that would be borne by the state water contractors?
Am I aware that people have said that from DWR?
Yes.
I could have heard something like that at some point. But again, my testimony is that as far as I'm aware, there have not been final decisions made about cost allocation or financing. And with respect to financing in particular, but frankly, even cost allocation, at this stage, my testimony is that would be normally outside the bounds of a benefit cost analysis. So those are not assumptions that I made for doing my work or when doing my work, not assumptions that I needed to make.
Thank you. I'd like to go on to paragraph 6 on page 3 of your rebuttal testimony now.
Sure.
Should we bring that up? Is that I will ask. Ms. Mullen, would you please bring up, I believe it's 1303, Dr. Sunding's rebuttal. Thank you.
Now, the heading of this the heading before this paragraph says the Delta Conveyance Project has, present tense, a benefit cost ratio of 2.20, correct?
Yes.
And based on what we just discussed and what's in this paragraph, am I correct in understanding that the analysis that relates to this benefit cost ratio is that provided in DWR 114, released in May 2024?
It is, that's right. Yes.
In preparing your rebuttal testimony for today, did you do any follow-up analysis to explore how that benefit cost ratio may or may not have changed between May 2024 and January 2026 or February 2026?
No, my principal assignment was to review the testimony of Dr. Buckley and Dr. Michael, and then assess whether or not there were valid points being made. It wasn't to go back and revisit the benefit cost analysis.
This same paragraph references water quality and resilience against seismic events. Am I correct in understanding that you as an economist are not testifying here as an expert in either of those subjects?
Well, I'm an expert on the economic impacts of water quality and the economic impacts of seismic risk. I've published extensively on both those topics. but I'm not a water chemist. I'm not a seismic engineer. I'm an economist, but who studies the economic consequences of those phenomena.
Are you familiar with any recent reports that have been reviewed at Metropolitan Water District concerning the seismic risks associated with the California aqueduct and repairs that may be needed to address those?
Objection outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony for this witness.
And what is the connection, Mr. Moore?
The witness has, in this paragraph, referred to the impacts of the DCP on resilience against seismic events. So I am trying to find out what information more recent than the uh, 2024 analysis he may have reviewed on seismic issues associated with the State Water Project, of which that is a key one.
But oh, sorry. I'm
No,
sorry.
go ahead, please, Ms. Morris.
That's not the metropolitan analysis is not specific to this project, and I heard the question, and maybe I heard it incorrectly, to talk about the California aqueduct specifically, which is not the Delta Conveyance project. So I believe it's outside the scope.
Mr. Moore, was your question about the California aqueduct?
It was about the California aqueduct, but Dr. Sunding, are you aware of discussion at Metropolitan Water District of an off-ramp provision relating to Delta Conveyance costs that has to do with the costs that may be needed to address seismic repairs for the California aqueduct?
Again, relevance as to this testimony and scope.
Mr. Moore, I think this is, I'm going to uphold Ms. Morris's objection because I believe here, as I understand this sentence that you pointed me to, it has to do with the resilience against seismic events of the Delta Conveyance project. And what I understood your question to be is whether or not the seismic risk of the California aqueduct and the costs implicated by that is under consideration by Metropolitan Water District in considering whether to participate in the Delta Conveyance project. Is that your question? I guess I'm not.
Well, the context of it has to do with a potentially significant deficiency in DCP financing that is likely related to cost issues. There happens to be a CWIN exhibit in the record on this issue already, and I think instead of continuing further on this at this point,
Okay.
I'll just move on and rely on.
Thank you.
Dr. Sunding, the near the end of this paragraph, it refers to the benefit cost ratio in excess of 2-to-1. And do I understand right that the costs referred to that are part of that ratio come from the cost estimate for the DCP reference in DWR 114 that we were just discussing?
Yes, and just understanding that includes construction and operation and maintenance costs. But it also includes some of the negative environmental impacts that I've been talking about at various points today, say negative impacts suffered by communities in the Delta region. That would also be included as a cost.
Okay, thank you. Let's go on to paragraph 7. Which references the subjects of whether or not a finance plan and cost allocation fit or not in cost benefit analysis. And if I'm reading them right, there are two sentences that go from line 17 to 20 that say, this assertion is premature and outside the bounds of benefit cost analysis. Economists generally view benefit cost analysis as, and then there's a quote, the best available method for testing whether regulations increase social welfare, unquote. Uh, what I'm wondering is, the first of those two sentences, the one that begins this assertion is premature. Is that something that is substantiated in your footnote 2 from Cass Sunstein's article, or is it just that next sentence that refers to footnote 2?
No, well, I think it's a mistake to look at these two sentences in isolation from what's in the rest of the section. So I have this assertion. So the second sentence of the paragraph, this assertion is premature and outside the bounds of benefit cost analysis. And then I have an explanation that's more than just that next sentence. It goes on through the rest of the paragraph and indeed other parts of this whole section. So I just think looking at those two sentences in isolation is probably misleading.
I'm sure that Cass Sunstein, who wrote the article in footnote 2, is a very smart guy, but do you happen to know if he's an economist?
Well, he was head of OIRA at OMB. He's a law professor, but he's written extensively about benefit cost analysis. He's one of the leading scholars in the field of law and economics. So he's certainly qualified to talk about this.
I do know that Cass Sunstein is a very smart guy because he was my professor, also a dog lover, which makes me like him even more. But
I did not know that.
What I'm wondering, since you referenced this article, is your understanding that Cass Sunstein in this article is of the opinion that social welfare should be identified with the outcome of cost benefit analysis?
Yes, I've written or read a number of papers that Cass Sunstein's written on the topic of benefit cost analysis, and he's written a bunch. My take on his writing is that, and again, it's the quote from his own article, that cost benefit analysis is the best available method for testing whether regulations increase social welfare. Those are his words, not mine.
And are you aware of a distinction that Mr. Sunstein draws, which I believe is in this article as well, if I'm remembering right, a distinction between purely monetary costs and social welfare?
Oh, sure. Yes, he's written about that in a number of articles. In fact, he's written about that with respect to animal welfare, since you bring up his being a dog lover. Should we incorporate how pets do under different regulatory regimes? We love our pets. Is that something that we should include as part of our analysis?
Yeah, as tempting as it is to change to dog-themed questions, what I'm going to ask you is,
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Moore. Do you have an estimate? I'm just wondering because I know Dr. Hatch has a 45-minute estimate of testimony, and if we're not going to get to him, I want to excuse him for his Friday. So I wanted to see where we are.
And actually, I do have a tidy redirect, and Dr. Hatch's presentation is a little bit longer. It's almost an
Ah.
hour. So could we
Okay.
release him so he could do
Yes.
it in one shot? Okay.
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
And please I realize he's been waiting this afternoon, but thank you. And we will get to him first thing on Monday morning. So thank you.
And I apologize if I've contributed to it. I think with the protestants, I think originally estimated something like half an hour, and I think there's just a lot of coordination to do. So if the
It's
if it
no
wasn't
problem. We have the
reflected,
time now,
okay.
and I wasn't even
Okay.
thinking about redirect. So this
Okay.
works. Thank you.
Can we actually go to the article that we've been talking about, reference in paragraph 2, which is a DWR 1319? Okay, and if we could go to, please, to, I think it's page 9 of the article. I don't know if the PDF is different. Probably not. Yeah, this is the page, but we need to scroll down a little more. Okay. So I think, Dr. Sunding, that I see the quote that you were probably referring to in footnote 2, which I think didn't have a jump site. Is that it in this last paragraph on this page, the italicized
Yes.
language? Okay.
The last paragraph on the page and the part that's in italics.
Right. Now, in terms of whether social welfare should be identified with the cost benefit outcome, I wonder if you see the what comes 2 lines after what you quoted in your testimony near the bottom of the page. Do you see the sentence that says, the idea of social welfare is sharply contested and it should not be identified with the outcome of quantitative cost benefit analysis?
Yeah, I do see that.
Let's go to page 10. Actually, I think we don't need to go to page 10. Sorry about that. I think I'm done with what I need in this. Well, actually, leave the exhibit up just in case we need it. Dr. Sunding, are you aware of anywhere in this article or elsewhere where Professor Sunstein denies that the cost of financing for ratepayers is relevant to social welfare?
But no, that's not why I cited this. I cited it. It was kind of taking a step back and talking about the purpose and the utility of cost benefit analysis generally. I address the notion of financing plan or financing not being included in a cost benefit analysis. I addressed that in my direct testimony today, and I addressed that later on in that section. Again, you've got to look at the entire section to get a full sense of my response to Dr. Michael's assertion.
Understood. And are you aware of anywhere in this article or elsewhere where Professor Sunstein denies that cost allocation is relevant to social welfare?
I'm not aware of that. No, I can't recall a part of this article, start with that, where he addresses the question of cost allocation. It is my testimony that cost allocation is normally outside the bounds of an aggregate level cost benefit analysis, because the question is more fundamental than that. Is there a potential improvement in social welfare that results from an intervention? Cost allocation, it's obviously an important thing to do, but it becomes something that you do later in the process.
I recall a discussion you were having uh, with another protestants representative. I believe it was Mr. Spain on the subject of salmon abundance. And I think, if I remember correctly, that you indicated there and elsewhere that, um, um, of course, you're not here as a fisheries expert, that you were relying on the information in the EIR relating to its assessment of project impacts, correct?
That's correct. So that
Now,
would be outside the boundary of the economic analysis.
beyond the EIR's conclusions, and just as a more general matter, if it were the case in a given situation that that a project had substantial negative impacts on something like salmon abundance, would you agree that that is something that would be relevant to social welfare?
Sure. And there's a vast literature in environmental economics that attempts to put a social welfare value on changes in fish abundance. So it would go potentially well beyond just commercial fishery impacts, which are probably most directly measured by profit, to look at other kinds of, what we call non-use values, values that people might place on a species that go beyond just their commercial value.
So if they had a significant economic consequence, would, for example, benefits from environmental benefits from in-stream flows in rivers also fall into that sort of category?
It could, yes. And there have been papers in the environmental economics literature that get at the question of both use values and non-use values that flow from changes in in-stream flows.
Okay, thank you. Now let's go on to paragraph 8 on page 4, please.
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry, not in this article. We're going back and forth. So I need to go back to your rebuttal testimony.
I think we're already there.
Okay.
Ms. Mullen is not there.
As usual, she's way ahead of me. So the second sentence here refers to how DCP project participants and the state have not yet made decisions about how the cost for the DCP will be allocated or how project costs will be financed. And from there, your testimony indicates, does it not, that it is premature to incorporate such assumptions at this stage? Did I refer to that accurately?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask what I promise will be a quick question about the extremely relevant subject of my daughter's used car, which I hope will not get Ms. Morris too frustrated. But last year, my daughter was looking for a used car, and she was excited about one that she thought was going to be a very good deal. And I asked how much it would cost, and she said, "Well, great news! The dealer said I can drive it away for $2,000." And I said, "Well, are there other costs for this car?" And she said, "Oh, well, the only other thing is that I would also there's also another $12,000, but instead of paying that, I can enter into a financing plan sometime next month." So I asked her, well, do you have another $12,000? And she said, no, but I have a dad who loves me. Um, if I didn't buy the car for her and no one else did, do you think that applying something like the cost benefit analysis approach that you framed, um, just for that, the cost of the car here would be referenced as $14,000, the 2 plus $12,000, because it would be premature to know what the financing costs might be?
I will object to relevance. I don't think DWR or the contractors have a dad that loves them, so I'm not sure that this hypothetical would really be applicable in this situation.
I promise you that the whole subject here is about whether or not financing is a really significant issue in Delta conveyance costs. And I'm just trying to back up a step and kind of understand the common sense of where uh, where cost benefit analysis may or may not fit into this. So this is my last segue on this. So
Well, and I would like to and get
that's it.
noted, Ms. Morris, but I think this may help me somewhat in my understanding of cost benefit analyses too. So please, Dr. Sunding.
Sure. So let me back up a step. What cost benefit analysis does with respect to costs, and I'll make it specific to the DCP, is it considers costs for things like concrete, steel, labor, engineering services for planning, electricity once you get down to operations and maintenance stage. It takes all of those real physical costs, looks at them as they'll occur over time, and then uses a discount rate to bring that back to present value. So essentially, it's on one side of the ledger addressing the question of, if you had to fund an endowment, think of it this way: you had to fund an endowment that would cover all of those construction and operating costs off into the future, how big would that endowment have to be? Then, with respect to benefits, what we look at is, once the project begins operating, with respect to water supply benefits, for example, there are going to be benefits from increased reliability that happen over time. You take that same discount rate, bring that back to present value, and you compare the two. So now, with respect to financing, so you're adding a layer to this. Well, don't we have to consider how all of those construction and operating costs are going to be financed? And I'm going to give you the answer that economists typically give, why that's outside the bounds of a benefit cost analysis, particularly for a public agency. As I wrote in my rebuttal testimony, and as you'll find in my main benefit cost analysis, the discount rate that's used to bring benefits back to present value is a public sector cost of capital. That's the same interest rate, more or less, that would be used to finance construction and operating costs. So effectively, the financing has the effect of canceling out because you're using the same discount rate. It's not something that's normally included at this stage.
What analysis, if any, have you done to determine whether the what you just referred to as relating to the discount rate equates with the way that cost allocation and ratepayer payments work under state water project contracts?
You kind of broke up at the end of your I think your internet connection is not great. But I couldn't hear the last part of your question.
I'm wondering if you conducted any analysis in preparing your testimony, looking at state water project contracts or the history of payments under the state water project uh, to gauge whether what you have referred to on the discount rate holds up uh, as analogous to how the state water project is really financed. I'm just wondering if you've looked at that.
I'm not sure I understand the question, so I'm going to object that it's unclear to me. Again, I think this is outside the scope because the witness is saying that the financing plan is not necessary and has just given a long explanation for why public projects often don't look at that in the cost benefit analysis. So
Ms. Morris, I'm going to overrule your objection, but I understand your point, but I think this gets we're testing, whether or not it's appropriate to make this assumption about, I don't know if it's an assumption, but the canceling out of the discount rate and I didn't write down the word. You're going to remind me, Dr. Sunding, is it a public interest?
Oh, public sector cost of capital.
Yeah, that.
Right.
And I understand the question.
I don't want to belabor it. Like if the witness hasn't reviewed the state water project contracts, I can just move on if he can confirm that.
So what is the pending question? Okay, go, please, Dr. Sunding, if you can respond.
Sure. Again, I've been working on Delta issues for a couple of decades, so I'm generally aware of the state water project and how it's financed and how that translates into water rates, which varies agency by agency. But that's not relevant to the benefit cost analysis that I did, for the simple reason that a financing plan is not yet in place. So I could sit around and speculate or make assumptions about how the project would be financed. But the second point is the one that I just raised earlier, that it's generally not appropriate for economists to do something like that in a benefit cost analysis, for the simple reason that, again, there's very good reason to believe that because you're using a public sector cost of capital to discount both benefits and costs, financing is irrelevant to the conclusion, right? All financing does is it spreads out a stream of costs over a longer period of time, but you're going to discount that back to present value using the very same interest rate that's on the bonds. So again, it's not an assumption I made or could make because I'm not going to decide how the financing of the project occurs. And for conceptual reasons, I think it's very good practice for economists to normally avoid that at this stage.
Now, I'm recognizing what you have said about there not being final agreements, but I am wondering a bit, and we'll just briefly go into asking you to probe what you may or may not have looked at on this subject. Are you aware, for example, that there have been public negotiations between DWR and state water contractors for more than a decade that have at a number of times touched on the subject of Delta Conveyance costs and allocations?
objection assumes facts not in evidence, vague and ambiguous as to what negotiations we're referring to.
Mr. Moore, what negotiations are you referring to?
Negotiations on state water project contract amendments since, I think, 2013.
All right.
There's been a variety
there are public meetings on that subject, and I'm just wondering if he's looked at any of that stuff.
There's been a variety of different contract amendments. Can you be specific as to which specific contract amendment you're referring to?
Well, let's do this, Ms. Morris. So I think let's start with the general and see if Dr. Sunding has reviewed any of them, and that may solve the problem. So to you, Dr. Sunding.
Yeah, it's something, again, that I'm generally aware of. Of course, there have been discussions about different ways that costs might be allocated. But as far as I'm aware, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, a final decision has not been made about cost allocation. or about financing. And at this stage in the analysis, my testimony is still that it's premature for me to make assumptions about cost allocation and financing. And for the reasons that I've mentioned with respect to financing in particular, there are good reasons to believe that it shouldn't impact the results much because you're using the same cost of capital to do the discounting that you would use to do the financing. So the effects cancel out.
I'm wondering, and this will be, I think, the last question about this sort of thing. Have you reviewed, I think it's the 2020 agreement in principle between DWR and some of the state water contractors relating to the subject of Delta Conveyance project costs and allocations?
I apologize. I am really having trouble hearing you. There was part of your question that I just couldn't make out.
Please, Mr. Moore. And it occasionally comes through when you pause, and I'm not sure, it may be your microphone. Will you try the question again?
I'm wondering if you have reviewed an agreement in principle between DWR and a number of the state water contractors on the subject of Delta Conveyance project costs and allocations.
No, I don't recall reviewing that.
Okay, thank you. Let's go on to paragraph 12 on page 6. And I can be brief on this because I think it's garnered a significant amount of questioning already. But there's a reference here to the population growth assumptions that were developed by metropolitan staff, and then it refers to a center that provided assistance. Did I understand correctly in response to the DTEC questioning that you indicated that there was an expert who was working for Metropolitan
yes,
that was the point person for that information?
Yes, he's the author of the technical memorandum that I cited in one of the footnotes in this section.
Okay. And is he named there? My apologies for not knowing.
If you go down to the bottom of this page, it might be listed.
Let's go down.
If it's not, I know his name, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah,
I
that's what I'm
remember it.
asking.
Yeah, it's Stephen Levy.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you making that
clear.
clear.
And he's named in the document that I cited here. I just didn't put his name down.
Okay, thank you. Now, the last line of this on this page, in referring to the referring to employment and population growth in Southern California, says this share is heavily influenced by factors, most importantly, housing, mobility, and immigration policy. So do I understand correctly that or if there are significant changes in any of those areas that it could alter the outcome?
Yes, that's one of the conclusions of the technical memorandum that I cite in footnote 9. So the approach that it's taking is to start with a U.S. growth rate and then attribute a share of that, as I understand, to Southern California. And a lot of the analysis is about factors that'll drive that share up or down. And 3 of the main ones are the ones that I list here on line 20.
Now, the benefit cost analysis in DWR 114 came out in May 2024. Are you aware of any significant changes in immigration policy since then?
Yes, sure.
I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that in responses to prior questions, you indicated that the benefit cost analysis referred to in your testimony used a 100-year period, which I think referred to going up to 20 um, was it 100 years after 2045? Well, you tell me what it was.
Sure. So the benefit cost analysis actually considers a longer period than 100 years. The 100-year assumption relates to the operating life of the DCP. So there's a pre-operational period up through 2045, and then 100 years past that.
And I'm going to ask a couple of questions and want to make clear that I'm not looking for a legal answer, but simply whether you considered this in your factual analysis of the 100-year period. Are you aware if the terms of the state water project contracts extend for another 100 years?
I'm not aware of that. The basis for the assumption came from information that I got from the DCA, and also my knowledge of other large infrastructure projects and the way cost benefit analysis has been conducted. And my understanding is that a 100-year operating life is a fairly typical assumption for a large capital project, like a big water infrastructure project.
Again, this is only a question about how it may have come up in your economic review, but are you aware of whether the state water project's permits currently cover beneficial uses for another 100 years?
Not aware.
And do you know whether those permits happen to authorize construction for another 100 years?
I'd give you the same answer. That's not something I analyzed as part of the benefit cost analysis.
Okay, thank you.
I took more of an engineering approach that's patterned off of other cost benefit analyses for large scale infrastructure projects.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, as Mr. Moore looks at his notes, this might be a good time to jump in. Mr. Moore had estimated about 15 minutes for his cross, and I think we're approaching 45. I was just wondering about the enforcement of time limits, as you've given us a very aggressive schedule to finish rebuttal.
I am enforcing the time limits, but I'm not holding folks to their estimates in the sense of the estimates are the estimates, but we do have the chess clock, which is running. So that's in force.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
and
you.
I do apologize for going over time. I will note that, CWIN, whom I represent, presented testimony on economic issues that was referenced. So I expect to have more brevity on witnesses that will follow. Let's see. So I want to go to, I guess it's paragraph 7, where you talk about affordability issues. And I understand everything you've said about what you're indicating. We don't know yet about the financing agreements, but I'm wondering if, as a general matter, if you are say a low income person paying water bills, and the water rates in your area spike in a year that you receive no or little water, do you think that would be an economic disadvantage for that person?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence. There's no evidence that there's going to be no water delivered to low-income homes. There fits absolutely no foundation for that.
I think this is a hypothetical. Did you intend it as a hypothetical, Mr. Moore?
I completely intended it as the hypothetical and the only one on this subject.
But it's an unrealistic hypothetical that there would be no delivery
It's
of
a
water.
subject for debate, which we can argue about in briefing.
So I will allow the hypothetical question. Please, Dr. Sunding.
So impacts on disadvantaged communities, what I said in my rebuttal testimony and I said in my direct testimony today, when measuring impacts on disadvantaged households in urban areas, let's start with that, you have to look at both sides of the ledger. You have to look at both how changes in water supply reliability, effective shortages impact those households. And yes, ultimately, you'd want to look at changes in water rates and how households are impacted by that. Now, those questions are outside the bounds, the question of impact on rates, outside the bounds of certainly this benefit cost analysis for all the reasons we've been talking about for the last half hour. But the first thing I'd note is that there are different kinds of impacts on disadvantaged communities. Cost is part of it, but changes in reliability are part of it. Changes in reliability, we did estimate at the individual water agency level, and that includes impacts even in highly disadvantaged communities. We were talking earlier today about City of Compton, for example, which is a low-income area in Los Angeles County. So the DCP can be impactful on disadvantaged households in a number of different ways. I think I would leave it at that.
So I understand that a conveyance facility, like the DCP, if water is available, might get deliveries of water to those people you're describing as benefiting. But is delivery from DWR all they would need to actually use the water, or would they need some other things in order to use it in their households?
Objection, relevance outside the scope of this witness's testimony.
I'll allow the question, Dr. Sunding.
So I really don't know how to answer that. I don't know what you're getting at. What other things are you talking about?
Well, I was wondering if you knew of any other things, so I'll ask you a more general question. Would you agree that if you want to understand the true benefits, if any, of supplying water, you need to know the costs of all the things that would be necessary for a customer to use that water?
The benefit cost analysis isolates the effect of the DCP. So it assumes that things like, and again, I don't know what you're talking about, but things like pipes going into someone's house. Clearly, you would need some local conveyance to get the water into your place of residence. It effectively assumes, I think rightly, that those conditions are the same with and without the DCP. So that would net out of the analysis. That's outside the bounds of a normal cost-benefit analysis. Unless there's something else you're talking about that I'm not understanding right now, I don't know how else to answer that question.
Would the opportunity costs of expenditures on the DCP, if they turn out to be much larger than estimated, say, also be outside the boundaries of the cost-benefit analysis?
Can you define for me what you mean by opportunity cost? Opportunity cost of what?
Well, I'll give you one example. there's a provision in the water code, and again, I don't want to get into the legality of it all, that refers to the need to reduce reliance on the Delta and develop local water supplies. So let's say, just hypothetically, that the DCP doesn't end up costing 20 billion dollars and change, but 3 or 4 times that much. Isn't it possible that the financial drain from that will crowd out investments on other things like developing local water supplies or investing in infrastructure improvements?
Pause for speculation.
I think
It's a hypothetical, and my very last one.
And Dr. Sunding, I think it's a fundamental question about how cost benefit analysis works. So I'm interested in the answer, and I realize it's like a college course here, but
Right. No, hey, I have 30 years of teaching in college, so I'm used to that. The benefit cost analysis, as I've testified to earlier, and as I wrote in the report, it does consider, just take urban water agencies, it does consider other water supplies that are available to them and conservation programs that they have in place to measure patterns of shortage with and without the DCP. So I isolate to that effect to calculate a benefit cost ratio. One could then, as I've done in other reports, go back and think about, well, the DCP is one way of closing a reliability gap. Are there other ways, like more investment in desalination, more investment in recycling, more investment in water transfers, whatever it is? Generally, the DCP is a lot less expensive on a per acre foot basis than almost any other alternative that's available. And I think there's extensive evidence that suggests that that's true. Now, that kind of a cost effectiveness analysis, that is outside the bounds of benefit cost analysis. That's a separate kind of a study that I've also done, but that's not the subject of my direct testimony today or the benefit cost analysis.
Would the
So the
economic
question of
relations—
crowding
Oh, I'm
out
so sorry, I
is
didn't mean to
sort
cut
of
you off.
if oh no, the question of crowding out, again, that's well beyond what a normal cost benefit analysis would get at. And it's sort of, when you talk about opportunity cost to an economist, that's predicated on the assumption that there's a limited amount of public money available. And if you're spending it on DCP, it's not available for something else. You're going way outside with questions like that, way outside the normal bounds of benefit cost analysis. That's more appropriately addressed by a cost effectiveness analysis, which I've also done, but not the subject of today's testimony.
Well, I'd like to live in that world where there aren't constraints on public money. I have no further questions.
Thank you,
appreciate
Mr.
your
Moore.
time.
Thank you. And I don't think I'll be wrong here, but is there anyone else who has questions for Dr. Sunding? I know you have redirect, but just making sure. Then to you, Ms. Morris, do you have redirect for Dr. Sunding?
I have 2 quick questions. If Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up DWR 1303 on PDF page 10 at the bottom? Thank you. Dr. Sunding, do you recall having a discussion with Ms. Meserve about the citation at the bottom of this paragraph on lines 19 through 20?
I do, yes.
And Ms. Mullen, could we pull up SOL 14? are you familiar with this document, Dr. Sunding?
I am, yes. This is a report that was produced by Dr. Michael.
Okay,
So
thank you.
it's not his testimony, it's his report.
And could we go to PDF page 12, which is PDF page 11 of this report? Or sorry, which is actual report page 11, sorry. And then scroll, yes. And then, Dr. Sunding, do you see this section beginning on page 11 of the report?
I do. This is page 11. It's report page 11. This is what I meant to cite to. I cited to Solano 1, and I meant to cite to the report itself. So that was just an error in citation.
So what would be the correct citation?
It'd be, I think this is 14, Solano 14, page 11.
Okay.
And here begins a multi-page discussion of water transfer values and why they're relevant to use in a water supply analysis.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. And then I will look, based on that, are there any additional questions? Recross for Dr. Sunding.
Yes.
Oh, there you are. Sorry, Ms. Meserve, you moved on my screen. Ms. Meserve.
Sorry. Just following up on that, Dr. Sunding, does the page of Solano 14 that you were looking at indicate that Dr. Michael used those values in his benefit cost analysis for purposes of calculating the benefits of the project?
Yes, he has a multi-page discussion of why that's relevant. He ends up using a number that's somewhat higher, but these water transfer values provide the basis for his analysis. He just simply adds like a fudge factor and goes higher beyond that. But this is where he starts.
As I asked before, does he not use the same value you used, which was $1,000 per acre foot?
Again, you got to tell me where I use that, because that is not the value that I used, not the value that I used in the benefit cost analysis.
I'll save the rest of it for written. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve.
Hearing officer, we had a couple of quick things. The first one I would like to address is, given where we are and that Mr. Hatch has about an hour presentation, and I think it's about almost three hours, just under, of cross. Would it be fair for me to tell our aquatics panel that you have scheduled next that they don't need to be available Monday until after lunch?
Yes, that's fair.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I was just going to excuse Dr. Sunding. Dr. Sunding, thank you so much for your patience and a long afternoon with us. And I'm a smarter person, so thank you too for your patience and your very clear explanation. I can tell you have taught for a long time. So I appreciate that, and you are excused. Ms. Carroll, did you have another follow-up?
I did. I wanted to address the concern that Mr. Saint-Lubert BA raised this morning regarding the supposed unopposition to his objections. And we had to dive into a series of hearing notices to determine what had happened. So first, we noticed that there is only a PDF version of the objections filed on November 21st. So if BTEX Council could provide us with the Word version, we'd greatly appreciate it. But however, it does appear that due to the way that the hearing notices were written addressing the parties to respond to objections to case in chief, DWR missed that we were supposed to respond to DTEC's objections to their own case in chief, which is why it doesn't exist. This is an unprecedented situation for myself. We also were under extreme circumstances to respond to your SACWAM modeling request and objections and other things, but it seems that we did not calendar that correctly. So we'd like to respectfully request the ability to submit our opposition by the Friday, not this Friday, but next Friday.
And I will allow that. We are all human, and I will let the protestants know that I will try to extend the same grace all around. And I recognize it was confusing with the way the phrasing wasn't, and I'm sure I would say that the AHO office may not have been perfectly clear in all of the phrasings. It gets confusing. I know sometimes I said DWR and I meant DWR and aligned parties, and things sometimes do get mistaken. So I think that's a reasonable, given that we've identified the error, that Friday next week is a reasonable time. So thank you.
Thank you. Greatly appreciated.
Mhm. With that, is there anything else we should address for today? Otherwise, I will see you at 9 a.m. on Monday morning. Thank you, and have a wonderful weekend. I'll see you at 9 o'clock. We are adjourned.